Welcome to Portugal and the Rolex TP52 World Championship Cascais 2022. We have 9 fully loaded international teams on super fast TP52 Grand Prix monohulls, and they're going to be fully tested here at this world famous Atlantic sailing venue. This is of course round 2 of the 52 Super Series 2022, and Quantum Racing comfortably took round 1 in Baiona last month in May. Platoon and Phoenix scrapped it out for 2nd and 3rd. The 2021 champions Sled finished mid-table, but here in Cascais all 9 teams are now reset and going big for round 2 and challenging for the World Championship. Cascais has a reputation for big waves and big winds, and everybody comes to Cascais hoping for that. Will Cascais deliver, and who will take the overall win here in Portugal? It's the Rolex TP52 World Championships in Cascais, and the world title is at stake. Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Cascais on the Atlantic coast of Portugal. We are here for the Rolex TP52 World Championships. We're on day number 3. First couple of days have been very light, and it's looking light once again. Joined in the studio by Ed Reynolds, the president of Quantum Sales and the project manager for the team, which is leading at the moment. It's going well for you guys so far, Ed?
So far, it's been pretty just the way we planned it. But, you know, there's a lot of sailing left, and I like our chances. You know, we're strong early on. We haven't made the big mistake yet, and we're working hard to avoid that.
You have a little bit of momentum built up in Baiona. Baiona was a new venue, and you've brought that into this venue here in Cascais.
Yeah, you know, the conditions kind of similar. You know, it's downrange. We definitely expected more breeze coming into Cascais, but it sounds like we'll get that at the end, and we're surviving. That's what we're focused on.
You're set up for any conditions. Obviously, we build the whole thing up. We're seeing big winds, big waves, but you guys, you arrive knowing roughly what's going to happen over the first few days.
Yeah, we have an amazing coach with Jaden's line. He keeps everybody true and on task, and so I don't think anything's surprised us yet. But that can change too. I think he's done an amazing job keeping the team abreast of what to expect and how we set up for it. And so we're looking, I like where we're at right now. I hope it continues.
Indeed. Let's look back at the first couple of days to say it's been light winds, Quantum on top by a little bit. So race 1, the breeze is 8 to 9 knots on the start line. It looks like the early right is good. We see Provezza and Gladiator out there in particular with an early lead, but it's the top third of the beat where the left comes in strong. Allegra, Value and Quantum all on that side. Round the top mark it's Allegra, Value, Quantum. Down the first round that stays the order. Then on the second beat, Quantum Racing get through Value, and at the finish line it's Allegra winning the first race of the World Championships, Quantum Racing in second and Value in third. Just a little bit more breeze for the start of the second race, maybe 10 knots, still flat water, and a good start from Quantum Racing. Phoenix are over the start line and have to restart, recross, but at the top mark it's Quantum making good from that lead off the start line. They lead round the top mark with Sled in second and Platoon in third. But down the first run, Quantum Racing jibe off early, Sled stay right down the run and lead round through the leeward gate. And all the way to the finish, it's a win for Sled. Quantum Racing gets second, Platoon third. So second day race number 3 gets away after a small delay waiting for the breeze to build. We have 7 or 8 knots on the start line, still quite light. Phoenix and Value both over the start line and have to recross up the first beat. It's Sled out on the right side with the early lead, but the left strengthens further up. Allegra really get the perfect ley line coming around the top mark, leading Quantum with Phoenix recovered up to third. Down the first run, Value get through Phoenix for third place, and that's the order through the finish line. Allegra winning, Quantum Racing getting second and Value get third. A really strong day starting for the Thai team. And the breeze is quite shifty for the second race, race number 4 of the series. The breeze is quite left actually off the start line. Platoon get a nice start and get the early lead. Quantum round the top mark in second, Value in third. That's the order all the way through the course down through the final run though. Value managed to slide through Quantum Racing to take second. Quantum get third and Platoon. A big win for the German team. Indeed, then a big win for the German team in that second race yesterday. Looking at the standings just now after 4 races, well, 2-2, 2-3. 3 seconds to the third place for Quantum, leading on 9 points. Platoon second on 13 with that win yesterday. Vayu going well. Our team from Thailand, newcomers to a full circuit. They're lying comfortably in third. 3 points up on Phoenix. Phoenix 4-4-5-4 so far. Alegre, well, a little bit of a roller coaster. In fact, it couldn't be more of a roller coaster. They've done 1-8-1-9 for 5th place just now. Sled, a little bit similar with 8-1-8, the defending champions and defending 52 Super Series champions in 6th at the moment. Preveza in 7th, Gladiator 8th, and Interlodge in 9th. So that's the standings after the 4 races. So Ed Reynolds then, as I say, we've done 4 races. We've had 3 different winners, a real roller coaster for some teams. What do you put that down to?
Well, it's a tough race course. A lot of the stuff with the current information isn't exactly what's happening on the race course. It's spotty. Traditionally, you do really well in the Super Series if you start well. I think that's impacted. But, what's been interesting, we've had a couple of teams over early that have come back to really high finishes. But, I think everyone here, kind of came in with the expectation we're going to be up-tempo, big breeze, big waves. And, what's difficult out there is the wave pattern isn't representative of how much wind there is. It's incredibly choppy. I don't know if it'll show up well on the videos.
Here's me seeing in the commentary flat water, but there is this residual swell plus across chop on top. How do you make the boat go fast in these conditions? I'm asking you because Quantum are doing that job.
Yeah, I have no idea. The guys on the boat are so good.
You do?
Yeah, I do. It just, the sail package, how you set up, the dynamic of how you set up the boat, fore and aft trim, heel, rake, rudder angle, all these things come into play. And, a little bit we're learning while it's going on right now because, we don't sail in these type of conditions a lot where it's downrange with the wind, but a sea state where you need a lot of power to get through.
And your owner-driver does a pretty good job,
He seems to be pretty handy, except he really wanted to do this job.
We can make space for him in the studio at some point, but he's doing a good job. A few words, Ed, about the Vayu team, because obviously they're part of the 3-boat program you have going on just now. You've got Gladiator rejoined Quantum, you've got Vayu, and you've obviously got Quantum Racing. What's the pathway for the Vayu? They are on a little bit of a fast track. Obviously, a team which have raced 52s for 7 years, but they're rookies when it comes to the 52 Super Series. Yeah,
we have a lot of data, a lot of things to measure. It's a nice thing because, as I said earlier with James Line, you can't really argue with the results and the data. So, they have a really, really young crew, which is so fun, and they're just an open book. They want to learn everything. They've got a couple of really seasoned people on the boat that are pretty handy. And, I think that, the biggest thing is figuring out how to make these boats perform in different conditions. And I think we've helped them fast track into those decisions.
And credit where it's due. In Baiona, out of the blocks, they were quick, and yet they had brand new sails that they'd hardly seen.
Yeah, well, it's pretty well
defined. About the sales, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all about the sales. Nothing else really matters. The team can just sleep. But no, I think what we've done, I'm really proud of our team. We've defined the setup for almost every condition, and it's transferable. One of the nice things about being Quantum Racing, we own all the IP, so we can share it. It's not like a customer is like, I don't want to give those guys all the information. So it's worked out well, and it's really impressive to see how much they've taken it on and how much they've learned already.
You support them, and obviously James Line is the head coach, as it were, for the group, and he analyses and provides the data, but you also have a coach with them. Yeah,
their coach is now sailing on the boat, who's a new young designer with Quantum Sails, Mario Trinade. He's doing a fantastic job with them. And, it's just a fun group. There's this element of excitement and energy of this young team. It's been a while since I've seen a young team come in and step up and compete in this fleet.
Present company accepted.
Well, of course, yeah.
So we spoke with a few familiar faces. There are quite a number of top pros on the dock, and we caught up with them earlier in the day.
I'm excited. It feels like an opportunity for us. As everyone knows, we were very close to winning last year, and it's another opportunity to try to get that one back. But look, it's the start of a long event. We've got to go out there and put 2 good results in today, and be consistent throughout the event.
I mean, it's another day. It's another couple of races for us. It's no real different. The fact that we're defending our title, obviously, we would like to start out with a good day, but we're just going to have to sail well and see what happens at the end of the day.
Oh, no. We won a lot of regattas here, but not with the TP52. I mean, I like the waters. The area is pretty nice, and this is a very good location for sailing, that's for sure.
Harmuller Spreer saying he's never won here in Cascais in the TP52s. He won the Dragons and various other classes. He is, of course, the leader of the team, which has 2 World Championship wins in the TP52s. Quantum have 3. But really, this championship is still wide open, Ed, isn't it? Really, there's a long way to go.
Exactly. You've got to, our goal is always to get to the last day with a chance to win. And, I think we're executing that up to this point, but it's a tough fleet. I mean, you make the smallest tiny mistake and you lose 2 boats. And so, I like where we're at right now, but we've still got a long way to go. We're not even halfway through yet.
The other thing which is obviously new for this season, we've got 3 sailmakers in the fleet with the addition of Doyle.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Do you enjoy the competition, or would you rather just stick with the status quo?
I wish there were only one sailmaker. Quantum, it'd make my life way easier. No, the competition is good. It pushes everybody hard to be better. But I got to be honest, I'd rather just be Quantum. It would just be... I think it'd be better for everyone. And
I mean, looking at the sails, is there much that you see different between the different packages in terms of the setups? And
not really. It's amazing. The boats all look the same. The rig setups all look the same. Sails all look the same. It's just it's way
subtleties, isn't it?
It's the subtleties of how to adapt to different conditions with what you have. That's the biggest thing. The triangles are triangles. They're important, but the way that they're being used, the information used, that's the most important.
And what's the kind of trickle down for Quantum customers from the Super Series? This is obviously the pinnacle for you guys.
Yeah, well, this is our test platform. I mean, virtually everything, as I said earlier, we own all the IPs, so we can do whatever we want with it. We can test sails, we can make mistakes. I think it's highly unlikely Doug will go to another sailmaker. So, so we have that comfort zone that if we do make a mistake, the customer will kind of forgive us. But I think it's been great.
It has been great so far, and I say Quantum are the team which have won the World Championships 3 times and in the box seat at the moment. Now, the weather for today, we're having this delay at the moment. We're expecting to race maybe after 2 o'clock, perhaps closer to 3 o'clock. And that was confirmed with our weather experts, our principal race officer, Maria Torrijo, and Simon Fry from the Gladiator.
It looks that we will have wind, but later on, from 2 or 3. And it's going to be a kind of sea breeze coming from west. And we are planning to race, but quite late. Yes, we are not used with that wind in Cascais. In general, we have always the northwest, strong wind, big waves. It's not happening yet. I guess it will happen by the end of the week.
Hoping for 2 races late in the day. I'd say best breeze between 3 and 5:30. Starts at say 2:45, 2:50, 6 to 8. Clock's right. Hopefully 8 to 10, maybe 11 knots. 2:65, 2:70 by 5 o'clock. Keep it clean, keep going metre by metre, just keep chipping away. If we could have 2 mid-fleets, I'd be really happy.
So Gladiator hoping for 2 mid-fleets or better. How do you analyse the Gladiator situation at the moment? They say they're part of the Quantum programme.
Well, they've got a lot of new people on the boat, so it's changed over. So they're coming up, they're getting up to speed. You don't have to miss something by much, like I said earlier, to lose a lot of spots. But, they had a really solid day yesterday. I predict they'll continue to move up the board.
And they had a pretty reasonable regatta some of the time in Baiona.
Yeah.
A race win.
Yep.
Tony, in particular, is all fired up.
Yeah, it's he is so dedicated to the class, and they work so hard. And got great sailors on the boat. So, yeah, we'll see where it all goes. But you keep seeing them moving forward and forward. So I have high expectations for them.
I mean, they're a team who did well previously with Quantum 2017.
Yeah, we had a great relationship. Things kind of evolve and move through, so it's wonderful to be working with the team again.
Who else is exciting you in the fleet at the moment, or the big threats, as it were? So we see Phoenix getting so close, and then the kind of one or two little errors creep in, and they prove to be expensive.
They are really solid. I think Tom Slingsby, it's hard to argue, is probably one of the top sailor in the world right now. It doesn't matter what he gets on; it just seems to be magical. They're going to be there at the end. Platoon is so experienced, so solid. You can't. They're like, I would say for me personally, the biggest threat, because they're just. Harm's great. The team he's got around him is solid. Value coming in. Allegra, and they will get more consistent.
Yeah.
That's been tough for them so far, but they're going quick. Great team again. So, it's almost nobody in the fleet that you can write off.
Write off, yeah. What do you think the options are? I mean, we're obviously looking towards next season. What are the options for other teams to come in the way that Value have done?
I think Value.
The key thing for me, is they came in with the Invitational last year in Puerto Bertals. They then put a toe in the water in Menorca.
Yeah.
And now they're fully committed for this season. That's the way to do it, isn't it?
I think so. The invitation was great. There was a lot of rumblings from some of the sailors at first, but I think everybody loved how that turned out. And it's, with Value, it's, I think with the right team around them, right support, we've been trying to do with multiple teams working together to move ourselves forward since the beginning. So I think that's had a really strong impact. And I think if people understood, it takes a unique individual to spend the amount of money that it costs to do this and then take your lumps for a long time. You minimize the lumps. That's our goal. We're attempting to. It's still difficult. But I think, the assurance, or at least the expectation that just not getting thrown to the wolves I think will help our attendance.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? From your perspective, it's about managing expectations and doing that with the perspective of years in the circuit.
Yeah, everybody at Quantum gives me all kinds of grief because I really feel our product is managing expectations.
Good for you. Now listen, on a serious note, we're back in Cascais. Your favourite venue for the bakery products, the pastel de natas. How's it going?
It's I think I've put on about 10 pounds so far.
You've only been here 3 days.
But I'm ramping up. I joke around. I tell everybody that I'm going to eat my body weight in those, which is my goal. So we'll see how that all goes for me.
And you have the family here.
Yep, which is great. And Sam, my little guy, has been, I think this is his third or fourth trip here. He feels he's part of the team. He's back into the motherland.
He's telling Terry what to do.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now listen, we're going to wait basically patiently until we hear from our race officer Maria Torrio, and she will give us plenty of warning. In the meantime, we're going to leave you. You're going to be able to watch our new 26-minute documentary program that we made in Baiona, but join us in a short while when hopefully we'll go racing here in Cascais.
The 52 Super Series is the premier box rule one design yachting circuit in the world.
The 52 Super Series is right up there. It's some of the best keelboat racing there is out there.
TP52 is probably the Formula One of traditional sailing.
All the way through the fleet, somebody has something that they want to prove to somebody.
There's nothing more fun than just letting these boats rip downwind. You get to the weather mark, you hoist the kite, and you just send it.
The racing is extremely tight. The best tacticians in the world are here. To try to get to the top of the podium is a real challenge.
It's been the premier monohull yacht racing circuit for a decade, attracting some of the biggest names in professional yacht racing and visiting some of the world's most iconic sailing destinations. The 52 Super Series was born out of a passion for competitive high-end yacht racing, and in 2022, the 52 Super Series celebrates 10 years at the very top of the sport.
The beginning of the 52 Super Series, it's a really interesting story because the Med Cup had a great thing going. We had a lot of boats sailing, and then it was kind of sponsor driven, and all of a sudden there was things happening. A few people were going out of the fleet, and then just a couple of us said, "The sailing is so great, but maybe if we shifted it a little bit more with the teams, we might be able to create some good racing and move through that kind of a transition time." And it worked. We were able to attract boats to the class. People liked where we were going and what we were doing. Here we are 10 years later with the fleet very strong, with a competitive level as high as it's ever been, and a chance to look to the next 10 years with great confidence.
The TP52 series has evolved immensely. The boats have gotten faster, more performance, more emphasis on boat speed and on boat handling and all the subtle differences that make winning or losing paramount on the race course.
With its roots in Grand Prix sailing, the 52 Super Series has always attracted some of the biggest names in the sport. Raced in box rule TP52 monohulls, the boats are almost identical, which puts a heavy emphasis on tactics and boat handling. A fact that makes this fleet one of the most competitive in the world, and that's been the case since day one of the series.
You'd say that at that point the racing was not quite as close as it is now, but nothing changed in terms of everybody being able to win races. So it was interesting to see the progression. The boats and the equipment have gotten much closer. Now everybody can win in any condition. So that part's really good. And the teamwork, the teams themselves have just become incredibly efficient. It's amazing to watch how good everybody has become.
Testament to just how close this series has become lies in the story for the overall title last year. With 9 teams competing, 6 won races, and the overall title itself was decided on the very last day of the season. The overall standings saw the top 4 teams separated by just 5 points, with American team Sled coming out as winners by a single point.
Yeah, we had a great season last year for sure with Sled. We've been in the Super Series for a long time now, and it was really good to just win an event, but to win the season was super, and there's been a lot of effort go into it over the years, so we were super stoked.
It was really important to win the circuit and the World Championships last year. I think the team has been, knocking on the door for a few years, and to break through and have those 2 wins was really quite a breakthrough for the team, and gave it some confidence going on.
Sled joined the series back in 2014 and since then have become a constant threat out on the racecourse. With an afterguard made up of experienced America's Cup veterans, last year was their first ever overall series victory. But it was a season sailed without their talented owner-driver, Takahashi Okura. But for 2022, the experienced Okura is back, and the team are relishing the challenge of the title defence.
The Super Series has got more and more difficult every year, and the boats have got similar in speed. So it's going to be a tough season. We've got Mr. Okura back on the helm, so we've got a lot of catching up to do in a way, but we're really enjoying it.
Sled's victory last year was hard fought. It was the closest finish in series history. And for second-place team Quantum Racing, it proved a bitter blow. In the series since the get-go, last year Quantum were challenging for a record-breaking 5th series title. But in the final race of the season, a 7th-place finish in this incredibly competitive fleet dashed their hopes. The perennial winners had to settle for the runners-up spot.
It's just tricky. I mean, it's a unique situation with this circuit. 50-plus races, they all count. I feel confident that our consistency is our strength. We're not looking to win races. We're looking to be in the top 3. There's nobody on our team that I would trade with any other sailor in the world. I am so confident and ecstatic of the team that we have. So it does bring me some level of confidence.
With just 5 points separating the top 5 teams on the series last year, taking the overall title is a game that requires consistency. While any of the teams in the fleet are capable of an individual race win, putting a good string of results together is the biggest challenge. And as the new season gets underway, there's an air of confidence emanating throughout this talented fleet.
The hopes and expectations is that we keep improving each regatta. Obviously we have got a bit of a hill to climb compared to some of the other guys who are very good. I think we're stepping in the right direction. We had a good training session in Valencia before this first one, and we just got to put the things we've learned into practice now.
We got lots of good guys, and they've got lots of experience, and we have to put ourselves together so that we get a nice, smooth performance every day, and then we can start pushing for the front group.
The Phoenix team is a team I'm so proud to be part of. These guys have been competing for a long time, and yeah, they are a bit of an underdog team. We all trust each other, we all believe in each other. I truly believe that we've got the best crew work in the fleet, and it's only getting better. It's a young team, and I quite like being an underdog in the series. It's a little rarer for me these days to be thought of as an underdog, so I'm really relishing that, and I think we can do a really good job.
To get the 10th running of the 52 Super Series underway, the 9-boat fleet heads to a brand new venue, the stunning coastline of northwestern Spain, where Baiona's challenging Rio de Vigo offers tricky testing sailing conditions. Day 1 of racing brought a light but building breeze, setting things up for a tough day for the tacticians. Calling the course was going to be vital to success.
We are underway then on the 52 Super Series for 2022 with race number 1 here in Baiona.
It was a perfect start in race 1 as all 9 boats got off the line, 8 of them heading left, but 1, Phoenix, heading over to the right-hand side of the course. World and Olympic champion Tom Slingsby making the call on the Plattner family's Phoenix, and it was a decision that would reap huge dividends.
So rounding the top mark, well ahead of the fleet, the first upwind leg of the 2022 Super Series goes to Phoenix, a great call by Tom Slingsby, splitting to the right, and just look at that lead.
Holding their own in the following pack, series rookies Vayu were having a great first race, rounding in second ahead of Interlodge, with series champions Sled in fourth. Out in front, Phoenix were on a charge, extending their lead on the first downwind to make a race win all but inevitable. Behind them, Vayu were coming under some serious pressure from the experienced campaigners Interlodge, but at the front, the South African boat's lead held good all the way to the line.
And so race 1 of the 2022 52 Super Series, and it's an emphatic win for Phoenix.
And what a result for the series newcomers, Vayu taking a hard-fought second place in their first race as full-time series contenders. With a building breeze, race 2 got underway in a slightly fresher 14 knots of wind. And this time it was Platoon who took off down the right-hand side, a tactic that once again paid off, the German boat winning a tight battle to the top mark and holding that lead for the rest of the race.
We are very happy with the day. We start the season, we start the regatta just now, and it's a very difficult race course, so we are happy to be more or less always in the middle.
That race 2 win put Platoon into third overall, but it's the self-declared underdogs who lead after day 1 of the Super Series. the South African team Phoenix have laid down a seriously impressive early marker.
Today looked like connecting all the sort of puffs together. It's super streaky, the breeze. And Tom did a really good job of that. He's got confidence in us, and we have confidence in him, so boat's going well and connecting all the dots at the moment, so seems pretty good.
Racing most of the series events since 2014, Hasso Platinum's Phoenix team have project manager Tony Norris at the helm for the first event of 2022. And with 2021 World Sailor of the Year Tom Slingsby calling tactics, the South African-based outfit are in safe hands.
Coming back to owner-driver sailing is it's good. It's a real challenge for me. We've got Tony Norris steering a couple of events to start the season off, and Tony's a very good sailor. I have to tell him very little. He listens to me, which is nice, and yeah, he steers the boat extremely well. It'll be a challenge, and hopefully we can keep the consistency up, but I'm confident. I think we've got a great squad, and yeah, we'll see how we finish up at the end.
Phoenix lead the early rankings here in Baiona, but only by default, level on points with Vayu, the series rookies from Thailand. This amateur team are no strangers to high-end yacht racing, and they're the perfect example of just how competitive this circuit can be.
It is achievable to do well in an older boat. I think the key is the boat you buy. We bought a good boat. The old sled was a good boat, and I think you have to be realistic on the area you're going to be good in. If you bought a particularly good heavy weather boat, then that would give you a chance in that weather, or if you bought a particularly good light air boat. I think that we're stronger in the lighter airs compared to new boats, just slightly less righting moment. But yeah, it's absolutely achievable.
Well, we've always, it's always been a goal to try to get to the TP52 series, and it's just been, the Super Series is just really an ambition that we've had for many, many years.
Anyone who comes into this environment is aware that it's the premier racing circuit, so you really have to do the best you can with the budget you've got and be as accurate as you can and act as professional as you can, and I think that was a big step up for everyone.
It's obviously up against some of the best sailors in the world, and trying to see what we can do to try to keep pace with them, and that's really the appeal.
With 5 52 Super Series events scheduled for 2022, the 10th anniversary year of this Grand Prix yacht racing circuit promises to be one of the highlights of the competitive calendar. Each regatta aims to run 10 races, with each and every one counting towards the end of series rankings. Baiona in the Spanish Northwest was the host of the season opener, and day 2 saw the 9-boat fleet head out into a classic northwesterly, each of the teams keen to pick the right side of this tricky, shifty course.
So here we go, race number 3 of the 2022 52 Super Series is underway, and this 9-boat fleet take off upwind.
Yesterday's standouts Vayu claimed the pin end with a good clean start, but by the first upwind mark it was Interlodge with the narrowest of leads over reigning series champions Sled, just ahead of Allegre in third. Pushing hard on the downwind, Interlodge could not break away from the chasing duo of Sled and Allegre, but all was about to change on this shifty Baiona racecourse. On the next upwind, a big shift saw regatta leaders Phoenix gain, and by the next upwind mark, it was Quantum racing up front ahead of Platoon. So back to winning ways for Doug DeVos and his team Quantum, with Platoon in second and Phoenix in third. The northwesterly breeze continued to fill for the second race of the day in Baiona. Quantum Racing blasting through the race 4 start line, but looking good again in clean breeze. The number 11 bow of event leaders Phoenix were having another stellar day. By the upwind mark, Quantum led by the narrowest of margins. Allegre were right behind them, but in third, Tom Slingsby and the Phoenix team would not back down. On the downwind, Phoenix were unstoppable, sailing away from the chasing fleet, edging into the lead at the first downwind gate.
Quantum, then Phoenix dropping their kites together, but it's Phoenix rounding first as they head to that right side for the final time in race 4.
In the race for third place, Platoon and Allegre were neck and neck, splitting at the bottom of the course. But it was another impressive display from Phoenix, rounding the last upwind well ahead of the fleet. Quantum racing in second, behind them Allegre had won that battle for third. Way out in front with over 100 metres on second place, Phoenix consolidate their spot at the top of the leaderboard. Quantum Racing took second, ending the day second overall, courtesy of that win in the first race.
It's challenging, it's hard. Everybody, you earn your good races and you earn your bad races. You have to give Doug and Warwick and Freddie, high remarks because they're working the boat as hard as they possibly can. But there's some subtle things in there that we can do better, and we'll keep working on those things and keep tightening it up. But yeah, it's nice to have a good day.
From America's Cup winners to Olympic gold medalists, each of the 9 yachts racing in the 52 Super Series fleet carries some of the most experienced professional sailors on the planet. But surrounded by all that experience, the helmsmen steering most of the 52s are owner-drivers, well versed in racing, but in no way as professional as their crews.
Well, the owner-drivers, just like anybody else, are, they have their strengths and weaknesses. So first thing you have to do is learn what they can do well and make sure you give them the opportunity to do that. And then the things that they don't do well, you just got to work on. And if they're not committed to improving and they just want to, get out there at the last minute and do their thing, then sometimes you just have to make sure you don't put yourself in a situation that they can't handle.
On board reigning series champions Sled, it's been a tough return to competition for their owner-driver Takashi Okura. Absent from their successful campaign last season, he's once again on the wheel for 2022, steering Sled with the backup of a well-established, race-hardened afterguard.
Yeah, Mr. Okura, he's a great, he's a very talented helmsman. He'll listen to all the input on board. But in saying that, he doesn't need huge amount of input either, because I think he's been doing it for a long time, even though he doesn't practice a lot. I think he's quite talented at it, and he understands what we're trying to achieve.
He really enjoys the team atmosphere. He brings, he's very calm on board. He never really gets flustered. He drives the boat incredibly well, considering the fact that he hasn't driven it for 2.5 years. But he's just a calming influence on the team. He really enjoys the team environment, and we're very fortunate to race for him.
The owner-driver concept is one of the key reasons behind the success of the 52 World Series, providing talented yachtsmen the opportunity to assemble a team of experienced pros around them. One of the series' most experienced owners is British businessman Tony Langley, whose well-known Gladiator team have been racing on the series since 2012.
Tony Langley is a great guy. He's very well driven. He wants to win. He wants to do his best, and I think he loves being here. I think he just loves being at the Super Series, going out there, duking it out with the other guys. He just loves the action. He loves the racing. He's a great guy to be around. He's so motivated and pushing all the team all the time for us to get better and to help him to get better.
For Langley and his accomplished Gladiator team, success on the series has been elusive, but they didn't have to wait long to pick up their first race win since early 2018.
There you see Tony Langley on the wheel, bearing away, turning Gladiator downwind with a sizable lead. Just one leg to go, and it's the win they've been waiting for.
Behind the British boat, Interlodge was safe in second, with Quantum Racing keeping that consistency in third. But there was no stopping Gladiator, first place here in race 5.
I'm loving it here. Yeah, I'm loving these, these sort of geographic features and shifts and puffs, and yeah, it's a nice place to sail. So the boat was actually going quite well in the second race today. So we were quite happy with the way the boat was going.
It's been a good day for the team at Gladiator, but an even better day for the crew of Quantum, whose consistency is beginning to pay off. A third and a first, seeing them take the overall lead at the halfway stage here in Baiona.
It's really tricky conditions the way the breeze comes in and funnels through the islands. Where there's pressure, where there isn't, where it's shifting back and forth, and where it's where there's some holes or some light spots. So you just got to kind of navigate your way through.
Doug's hitting his stride, and the guys are sailing the boat well, and it's nice to see the benefits of our week in Valencia and some of that. But the whole fleet, the level in the fleet is incredibly high. So, I think it's awesome.
Of all the teams currently competing on the 52 Super Series, Quantum Racing have tasted the most success. 4-time series champions in 10 years, they've never finished off the overall podium and are expertly helmed by one of the original architects of the Super Series, American Doug DeVos.
Doug, as an owner-driver, as a friend, as a mentor, I think as we know, he has been such a strong advocate for the sport of sailing, such a strong advocate for the Super Series. He is truly one of the kindest people I know, and at the same time, he's ultra competitive. He wants to win. He's an integral part of that process. And so, at the end of the day, he knows that the success of the team rests on his shoulders. And I'm quite certain that he's happy to carry that.
Absolutely. When you have a chance to drive and participate in this class, you're with the world's best sailors. And to think that this is a unique sport where you have a chance to do that. I couldn't walk on a basketball court and do that, or on a football pitch or a rugby pitch or anything. You could never make that claim in any way, shape, or form. But sailing, you can be out there and be next to to people that caliber, that skill, level with Olympic medals and world championships, and you look down the fleet and you see multiple world championships and Olympic medalists throughout the fleet, and you're expected to do something well. I'm expected to drive the boat well, which I'm trying to figure out how to do on a regular basis. I've been doing it a long time, but there's still so much to learn. That's what keeps you coming back. Is I can get better. I got to improve. I've got to be part of the team, and you just love being part of the class.
The beauty of our sport is that it reminds you how hard winning actually is. Each day is unique to itself. Each race is unique, and so even though we do it day in and day out, it's not the same on the day, and so that's probably the biggest challenge in the game.
In a fleet where any boat can win, consistency is key. Staying in the top 3 while avoiding any low-end finishes will ultimately see a team onto the podium. Do that all season long, and they're in with a shout for the overall title. This year, Doug DeVos and his team are going for a record-breaking 5th series win, and they did their hopes no harm at all in Baiona in race 7.
So Quantum Racing have edged into the lead down that right side of the course. It's Platoon down into 2nd, and Phoenix are in 3rd.
In the fight for the podium places, Platoon and Phoenix were trading blows on the run downwind. The South African boat Phoenix just edging ahead as the pair sailed the final run to the line. Neither boat could catch Quantum Racing though, and as the Americans crossed the line, they sailed 7 points clear on the leaderboard. One more race saw a 2nd place finish for DeVos and his team, and it was job done here in Baiona. Quantum Racing were back to their winning ways after a nervous week of racing.
Every day's a nervous day for me. Are you kidding? Yeah, I'm always anxious, but that's you got to be. That's why you do it. You got to have your nerves on edge. You got to be focused, and that's why it's such a thrill to have a chance to sail and then to be able to actually win.
It's awesome. It's the first 52 regatta that I've won since 2018. So we had a couple good cracks at it last year, and we gave ourselves chances going into the last day. But, as you know, winning's a process. And as Doug rightfully points out, all the teams are really, really good. And so we know we have to keep pushing.
With 8 of 10 possible races sailed in Baiona, it's a good start to the series for Harm Müller-Sprier's German team, Platoon.
Quantum was super strong. I feel we sailed really well also, and to be in the top 3 on this circuit is amazing. And start the season like that is very good. If we are able to be in the top 3 in all of the events, for sure we will have a chance to win the series. No, that is all of the year. That is what we want. No.
Rounding off the podium places here in Spain were the self-proclaimed underdogs on board Phoenix. They were in contention all week, but dropped to third after 2 finishes slightly off the pace.
It was a great regatta. Yeah, unfortunately, we sort of made a few too many mistakes on one of the days and lost a lot of points and dropped back to third place, but we're happy with the way we sailed. We sailed really well in 4 out of the 5 days, and we showed that we're in the hunt.
It just feels wonderful, you know, to be back on the podium again like that and up top, and to start out the season the right way. It was a lot of preparation, a lot of great work by the team, as you can imagine. All the teams are working hard, but we're just thrilled to be able to end up on top.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Cascais. Unfortunately, a delay in the early part of the afternoon, waiting for the breeze to build to get into day 3 of racing. Quantum racing on the top of the table. Let's look at the standings. We have 8 or 9 knots on the race course just now, and we should be going racing very shortly. But Quantum Racing, as I said, on top, 9 points. Platoon in second on 13. Vayu 14 in third. Fourth is Phoenix, 17 points. Allegra in fifth on 19 points, sixth Sled 22, Provezza 27, Gladiator 28 and Interlodge on 31 points. So a 4-point lead for Quantum Racing as we go on the water. Ed Reynolds, what do you do with a 4-point lead at the moment? It's just about keeping it tight, staying consistent, isn't it?
Right now it's just surviving. You know, it never does the weather like this here. So, you know, a lot of comfort zone of experience and what you normally get here. That's thrown out the window these first couple of days. So right now it's how do you minimize the risks, stay in the hunt, and, you know, hopefully you can get out front and hold on.
You guys have been starting pretty solidly from what I've seen. And
yeah, you know, and that's in this fleet over the years we've watched, and, you know, I've never documented it, but I feel pretty strongly the boat that starts the best normally finishes the best too here. I mean, it's a big, starts are massive in this fleet. So, you know, we'll see.
And you manage the risk. I mean, I watch all the time. You manage the risk. Very rarely find Quantum at one end of the line or the other, and very rarely in a big group of boats.
We try not to. I mean, it's nerve-wracking sometimes watching it, you know. And over the years, you know, it used to be in the typical Cascais conditions, you know, you want to own the pin or the boat end of the start, dictate when and go right. But that's not what's been playing out here. So, you know, I think a lot of people are a little nervous. Being a tactician this week is a nervous job.
Indeed. Let's see how it plays out. But let's talk with Tor Tomlinson. Tor's on the water, observing the build-up to this race. Tor, how is it looking from your perspective?
Hi Andy, it's looking nice out here. We're excited to be back out on the water, bringing the racing live to everyone watching at home. We've got about 7 to 9 knots at the minute, but it keeps going, dropping down a little bit and building back up again. So looks like it's going to be a tricky one for the first race of today.
And the wind direction is still flicking around a little bit. I know that you're having some problems getting the course laid precisely.
Yeah, it's been flicking around from about 260, 270 round to about 310. So I think they've laid the course in at about 300 at the minute. So we've got course laid, ready to go. Warning is in just under 5 minutes.
Good, thanks very much, Tor. So, Ed, what would your strategy be? What would you be thinking? As you say, nervous tactician time.
Well, you know, the part that's so difficult is you'd think, even with these different conditions than what we're used to, that you'd have to protect the right. But, you know, I think if you look at the tracks from the first couple of days, the left-hand side paid really strong. You know, it appears that the weather's coming in, the wind's coming in a little earlier than our weather guy predicted. So, you know, hopefully, I think we're going to get a little bit bigger build and a little more consistent race course than we had the last couple of days.
So where do you get your weather from with the team?
You know, Cappy.
Yeah.
Yep. I have no idea what his real name is. He's been Cappy forever. And it's unbelievable how accurate he can be. So, you know,
He's based in Palma, though, isn't he?
I think so, yeah. So we've used him for years. We've even used him in Traverse City, Michigan for a little regatta, and he was spot on from Palma. So, you know, he's...
And you won.
Yeah, we did. You know, he's an impressive guy, you know, and, you know, but, you know, that's, I think, everybody in the circuit is using them.
Yeah.
You know, so
there's no advantage. And do you have anybody local that gives you local advice at this stage now, or are you kind of past that because a lot of your guys have sailed here so much?
We've sailed here so much that normally we would hire a local knowledge guy, but everybody on our boat seems to be one now.
Mm-hmm. So how do you feel it's looking just now then? We're just waiting for the build, but It looks pretty gentle, doesn't it?
It is very gentle. There's going to be some bear traps on the race course. So, you know, the big thing is the ability to get off the line at speed. You know, that's the biggest thing. And normally with this light of breeze, and it doesn't really show well on the video, but the sea state is really confused. It's, you know, so normally in 9 knots of breeze, most people wouldn't be sailing in the amount of waves and the chaos that they have out there. So that's a big, big indicator, especially on the starts.
Yeah, we saw yesterday with Vayu and Phoenix being over the start line. Phoenix were just, as far as I could see, there was a metre or a metre and a half in it, but you have to push that hard in this fleet.
Yeah, you've got to be at speed when the gun goes off. Because you hit a wave, you get pushed back, all of a sudden all your strategy, all your plans are out the window, and you're just trying to get to clear air and survive.
Talk to me a little bit about your afterguard, because Lucas Calabrese joined you last year, and he seems to be growing in stature within the team, and great eyes, great ability to see the breeze in the water from what I see.
Yeah, he's a young guy.
With the jacket on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels the cold.
The biggest thing, he has Terry Hutchinson at absolute confidence. Terry trusts him. He's a really smart sailor, new to this type of sailing, but you know, putting him between Michele Evaldi and Terry, it's a pretty strong afterguard. It's a great position for the team and a great position for Lucas.
Well, he's doing a good job, and as I say, he seems to be growing in stature. We're enjoying our communications with him. He really gives you exactly what he thinks, and you can just see him looking up the course there just now. So what other information will the team have had at this stage?
I'm sure our chase boat has done current readings all over, you know, on like a diamond in the course, just to get as close to that as we possibly can. Just eyes out of the boat. You know, I guess it's close enough to the start. Normally we'd have somebody up the rig in this light of air and just looking where the pressure is. You know, this first race is going to be all about pressure. If the boat that does the best job of setting themselves up at the start to be ready to take advantage of the best pressure probably will have the best first beat.
So just looking at Prevetta just now, Prevetta's a little bit disappointing so far. But a team which have won regattas in the past have everything in place to do the same. But they've had a few crew changes for this year, and we're very unlucky in Baiona with a mechanical failure.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't seem, you know, they're all pros, they're great sailors, but these are the epitome of what real teams are. And when you change a couple of people, the entire dynamic can get upset. So, you know, I think that's the biggest thing. Ergen, unbelievable owner, great equipment, everything about it is just kind of getting a new, and especially the new guys are in important positions, just getting everybody on the same page.
With Colle Parada in the role on the runners and as a strategist who sailed for many, many years with the successful Azura program, so he's on board. But I think they're just kind of still finding their feet a little bit. Won the practice race on Monday, but it would be great to see them get a score on the board, and they were on board with the platoon.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, looking yesterday, the biggest thing is the confidence within each other, and that comes with time. You know, I think in the second race yesterday, 2 minutes from the weather mark, we felt we were in sixth, rounded second, but everybody stayed the course. Everybody had the confidence, and I think just little subtleties like that with new people, it's hard to get everybody meshed in.
A few words about Michele Evaldi, your navigator, who we've spoken about in the past. One of his particular strengths is he is also an accomplished tactician and strategist in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, we're not lacking for afterguard horsepower. Michele, unequivocally, if Terry wasn't there, Michele would have been one of our top couple of choices to be the tactician. Yeah. But having him, you know, the dual strategist, navigator, working with Lucas and Terry, it's a really, really nice dynamic.
So, Tor, how's it looking then? We're at 1 minute 50, something like that. You can see the breeze looks quite streaky.
Yeah, it's certainly patchy out there, and it's going to be a hard first beat for the teams. They're just...
Go on, Tor, yes, they're just setting up.
Just setting up in about halfway down the line at the minute. It's Quantum and Preveza that have got their bow forward in the middle of the line.
So we're just looking at Interlodge there, setting up. I think the key seems to be more towards the middle of the line, keeping the options open. There's Phoenix there, bow number 11. Really need to put a win on the board to come back and get into the podium positions. Quantum there, you like their position, Ed?
I do. Well, normally middle of the line means we're not sure. So, I think we've got confidence in our boat speed. I think if we get off with a good start, you'll see these guys sail for a while and really start to dial in on what they want and how they want to sail this first beat.
So we've got under 30 seconds to go. They're nicely forward on Preveza above them. We can see Interlodge there, bow number 6 behind. Platoon have a nice bit of space, 3 boats up from the pit end of the line. So we're coming into a little bit of bow in the line.
Ooh, Preveza.
Nice start there from Phoenix Tor. Just Phoenix on this end of the line with speed and the ability to build. Nobody above them and runway below them, but they are really putting their faith in the left side. In the meantime, Ed.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's you got to go somewhere as hard. I mean, committing in this type of condition is really critical. They're kind of locked out. They're going left for a while because they're getting dictated by the rest of the fleet. But like we said earlier, it's worked out pretty well in the previous 4 races.
It has indeed, but they certainly were on the line on the gun. There was a bit of bow in the fleet. Boats in the middle of the line were a little bit shy, and whereas for sure Phoenix seemed to be quite happy to push as hard as they needed to. Value just above them, a little bit further back. Preveza got quite a decent start as well.
Yeah, Preveza is controlling all the 4 boats to leeward of them.
And I think 3 or 4 boats already tacked off to that right side. You can just start to see the little swell that Ed was saying. It makes it so hard to keep the boat up to speed all the time.
Yeah, Phoenix has been really quick. They've got a great crew. It actually seems like a really fun crew that they have on the boat. And Tom, it's almost magical at times when Tom shows up. Some of the practice races he was doing the Sail GP, but when he showed up, it was okay. That's the Phoenix that we've gotten used to.
That's right. I mean, I love their kind of attitude. They're not scared to stick around after racing, have a couple of drinks, a couple of beers together. It's all part of the team building, team ethos, if you like. But they're all super dedicated and just going into a building breeze there. Tor, how's it looking?
We're on the left-hand side of the course here. Just watched Phoenix pull away really nicely from the boats to windward of them. They would have crossed everyone if the other lot hadn't tacked. Value have continued on left a bit more and have just tacked back as well. So we've got the whole fleet on port tack heading over to the right-hand side of the course.
Indeed, platoon just 2 or 3 boat lengths back, Ed.
I'm glad to see him there, but that's a selfish position for me. I mean, that team is so experienced, so good. I think in these conditions, they're pretty quick. I think they were a little bit compromised at the start, but, pretty confident by the end of this race, you're going to see them move their way up all day long.
Indeed. So the early leader is Travezza Gladiator. Gladiator being quite fond in general of the right side. We've seen them showing early in the first beats in a number of races. The left has come in strong, and certainly that's, I think, where Tom Slingsby and Cameron Dunn are placing their faith. And also Value there, looking quite nice and high in pressure, quite settled, Ed.
Well, they have one of the older boats, and it's not as big of a hull form as the newer 52s, and so they have a bit of a boat speed advantage in this lighter stuff. They're pretty good, especially downwind, a little bit lower wetted surface. And the young guys, they've done a great job at this week.
Yeah, so it's Don Whitworth, who steers the boats, an ex-49er campaigner for Thailand, very experienced dinghy sailor, and he handles the boat very, very well indeed. And as Ed said earlier on, a good number of professionals on board, or seasoned professionals on board, including Nick Rogers, double Olympic silver medalist, and long time friend Tom Green runs the boat, and Nettie, Antonio Cuervas Mons, who's the Spanish professional on board. But they've got a little bit of work to do there in 8th, but they're nicely positioned on this left side. Let's wait and see how the right plays out. Not looking super strong just now for the Interlodge and sled in particular.
Yeah, one of the biggest dangers is getting pinned into the starboard ley line early.
Yeah, we've seen that. It's been difficult.
And, even in typical Cascais conditions, that's just an absolute no-no. You want to be positioned to get to the ley line, be on the right side of the course, but to get to the ley line as late as possible has been, over the years, the winning formula.
Yeah, Gladiator would be the ones who would possibly suffer with that if that proves to be the case.
Yep.
Over on that right side, Allegre perhaps also, but Phoenix going well there from our side of the course, from this left side looking upwind.
Yeah, I think
able to really just let the boat do the work and keep it fast.
That's the key. They're the beneficiary of the best start. Looking pretty strong right there.
A good little drag race with Quantum just now. So Tor, the breeze is building very slightly from what we can see.
Yeah, we've definitely got a little bit more breeze here. The swell is quite a bit smaller than yesterday as well, so it looks like they're being able to get more powered up and fully hiking. So it looks perfect.
So looking quite promising. A little bit darker on the water there. Gladiator then bow number 4, bow forward on Allegre and sled in the middle of Whitehall. Allegre bow number 19. Both race winners so far this week, both with a little bit of work to do to get up onto the podium. But so far, credit to Prevezza, Ed, a good start and leading the race.
Yeah, I think they're in a great position. The guys all the way to the right, they're pretty tight. They're going to get pinged. Somebody's going to get pushed out to the ley line early, and that's going to be a tough position to get out of. The guys middle left still have pretty strong options.
A fascinating race so far. This first upwind. This is the first race of the day. This delay, unfortunately, waiting for this breeze to build. You're starting to see a little bit of swell as we get upwind towards the windward mark.
Yeah, the video doesn't do it justice. When you're on the water, it's sloppy. And these guys, it's part of seeing how much skill these sailors have, because the normal sailor would have a hard time keeping these boats look so steady and continuing keeping their boat speed where they're keeping it. But yeah, you're looking at some of the best sailors in the world doing a really difficult job right here.
We've got one boat tacked out. We're on board with Platoon now. As we said, Platoon got some work to do. We've got John Cascais, their tactician, looking up to windward. Victor Mourinho, they're on the runners. Now, Ed, I mean, he's really playing the accelerator, if you like, isn't he?
They've got the right guy, too. Absolutely. The control, he's got to be half a beat ahead of the main trimmer to just stay up. So, he really is controlling the dynamic and the power in the boat. Yeah, our measurement is, what is Cascais doing? JK,
he's your benchmark.
He rarely makes a mistake, and he's fundamental. He's
rock solid, isn't
he? He is as good as it gets in the sport. He's got a lot of work to do right now, but.
But then the key thing for me, when you watch him, they seem to be able to take places without pushing the risk out the window, really.
Exactly. The other thing that he does, the best of any tactician I've ever seen, is works his way through a really compromised position. He can set up, and it was like, there's no way they can live there, but they always seem to.
And Harm is one of the best owner drivers there is.
For sure.
He's a lifetime sailor who's been through multiple classes.
That's been one of the most fun things, is getting to know Harm over the years. He's one of the most interesting people I've ever met. He's just charismatic, fun.
Self-made, isn't he? He started with next to nothing. He was a sailmaker at one stage, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's like, are you telling me this just to make me feel bad? It's like, I didn't really parlay my sailmaking career the way you did. But.
Yeah. So looking now, Provezza still leading on the water, but I think getting a little bit pushed into that corner, as Ed was saying. Certainly Gladiator, a difficult spot over there.
Yeah,
I would say Phoenix strengthening on that left side, so too Quantum.
Yeah, Quantum is continuously been in a great position, moving themselves up the board with Phoenix also. And so I think, obviously the positions, the start, allowed them the luxury of making this decision.
So we're just watching Provezza attacking now, Tor. So there we see the boats which were on that early right now having to come back out from that corner. So principally Sled, Allegre and Interlodge.
And it's so easy to make that mistake because the right is almost always so strong. We're not completely confident in our tide information we have. We're not sure if it's the tide current that's the impact, but
the breeze is 25 degrees further to the right than it was yesterday, isn't it? We went off in 290, 295 yesterday. It was 265 to 270. So you'd imagine that the right may be stronger as we get up towards the windward mark, which is traditionally what you would see here in this breeze. It's usually a little bit stronger, but Phoenix with a small lead from Provezza. Quantum in third. Nice foundation for Quantum then, really. They don't have to knock it out of the park with their position on the ranking table, whereas the two boats in front maybe have to push the risk a little bit more.
Yeah, Vayu and Platoon both have had really putting together really strong comebacks.
And as we said, those boats which were out on the early right, so Gladiator, Sled and Interlodge, now we're paying a little bit of a price. So nice overhead shot off the ley line. Good call from the Phoenix team.
Yeah, they're going to be strong around this mark.
And correspondingly, Travezza just having to hitch up to ley line just now. Tor, how's it looking? Talk us round this windward mark.
So generally the breeze has been shifting left a little bit, 5-10 degrees here and there. So yeah, the boats coming in from the left are looking a bit stronger on the guys who went far right. Phoenix, really nice lead in front of Preveza, and then Quantum coming around the top mark. So it's the guys that went left early that have done well up to the top here.
So Preveza getting around in second, I think probably their best position. We've seen them at a top mark so far this regatta. Quantum round in third. And it's pretty busy behind there, isn't it? It's, and Vayu getting around next. All credit to them in fourth, I think, at the top mark. Just looking at the big red Phoenix opening out on the kite of the South African flag team.
Yeah, they had some bad luck yesterday. They ripped their kite. They were in a really strong position.
It's one of these things, unfortunately, that we don't see when we're doing just the live tracking. We could see that Phoenix had a problem, but they blew up a kite at the bottom of the first run, didn't they, in the first race?
Yeah.
So Allegra round in fifth, Platoon sixth, Sled seventh, Gladiator, and then Interlodge. Greg Gindell there on the bow of the Quantum. Hugely talented bowman. Been with the team for a good few years, isn't he?
He's been the only bowman we've ever had.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That answers mine.
He's just a consummate professional.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just doing the bow, and everybody thinks about sail changes and just handling, boat handling, but they're so critical. The bowman here, you pick a good bowman for your starting line. And Greg is they have absolute confidence of him in the afterguard, and he does a great job on the starting line.
I think one of the things about Greg is he doesn't spread himself thinly across other circuits, does he?
No, he doesn't.
He's committed to the Quantum cause, and I think that's important in some key positions.
Yeah, a true professional sailor, it's hard on families. I mean, these guys travel all the time, and it's really a pleasure. A couple of the guys on the team are just, well, not a couple, all of them, but
careful now.
Yeah, I mean, amazing individuals, not just great sailors. Except for Terry, and none of us like him. Okay, I'm kidding.
Fortunately, he's not listening, and nobody he knows this, so we can abuse him roundly. But he's really the driving force, isn't he? And I think what's interesting to see is that you have this continuity, which perhaps there's been problems in the past, principally because Doug has come in and out because of his work commitments. But Doug's doing, I think, 4 of the 5 regattas, potentially 5.
Yep, he's. I'm so bad with numbers. It's an epic number of Chicago Mackinac races during Portugal, and so he's going to miss the event, the Portugal's event, so he can do the Chicago Mac race.
Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, this Great Lakes classes, or the GL52s or the TP52s, is really strong in the States at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicts this year with the New York Yacht Club, so I think the participation's a little bit smaller, but by the end of the summer, I think we'll have 5-6 boats. And it's all something, Doug just promotes and pushes and supports, and the guy loves to go sailing.
Mm-hmm. It's very subtle down this run, really, isn't it? It's just light conditions, this underlying swell, really hard for the trimmers to keep the perfect kite shape, the perfect power.
The hardest one is deciding when to jibe out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's you know, do you think you have a chance to pick up another boat, protect against someone else? But you know, we have to get the defibrillator out for James when Terry jibes out early. You know.
So Phoenix then leading fairly comfortably really from Provezza. Now Phoenix have Tina Plattner with us now at this regatta. She's, I guess she's on the support boat, but a big welcome to Tina. Lovely to have her back with the circuit. She's had a back problem and has been watching the progress of the Phoenix team with delight, I think, from home. But I wonder whether she's more nervous here than Ed. You can speak about that subject, can't you?
Watching the racing can just be so stressful. So I'm not sure she's done a lot. Normally when she's been here, she's been steering. So
yeah, well, that's one of the things is I think it's more frustrating for her to be here and not to be able to go racing. She's a dyed-in-the-wool racer in her own right.
Yeah.
And I think turning up and just being able to watch your team and not be on board must be pretty hard for her. But the guys are putting in a great shift just now. A nice lead.
Yeah, Phoenix has continuously just eked out more room. They're a really quick boat. They've got a great team on that boat too.
So we have some new keels in the fleet, or new keel fins. I think we've got 3 teams with new keel fins. The jury's still out though, really, in these conditions, aren't they? In terms of the gains.
They really are. I mean, and it's, you know, it's not a magic bullet. When you change those things, the overall balance, you know, fore aft trim, heel, rudder angle, rake, all the things, you've got to coordinate them in. So it's, you know, it's just not automatic. You get a new keel and everything's magical. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of work of, you know, kind of redefining your metrics on the boat.
Whoever Phoenix have jibed off. The vets are hanging into this right side looking downwind. And if ever a team deserved a little bit of a good result, then it's probably Provezza.
Yeah, I think they're...
As you said, they had this tough regatta in the Baiona. They lost 3 races, I think, with this problem with their forestay fitting.
Right. Well, it looks like the gate down in the corner, so Provezza came all the way pretty close to the ley line. And there's Bayou, you know, that they're going really well.
They're in third.
Yeah.
They just don't get the team orders not to pass the quantum.
No. He said, well, Terry will yell at them. But, you know, I think their boat is...
It's quick, isn't it?
Yeah, this condition really suits them. And they're smart enough to know how to use it.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting yesterday. Well, I mean, Nick Rogers, so, you know, quiet and really no real ego compared to, you know, other pro sailors with a couple of Olympic medals in the bank. And he was just saying how they're just learning a little bit every day. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, it was not getting too high in the downwind train. They'd been punished for that, and then yesterday they didn't. They had the courage of their convictions to just hold their line, and they obviously have the speed downwind, and that really gave them a couple of good gains yesterday, and it's working for them just now. That was very close to the quantum, isn't it?
Yeah, I had never met Nick before, working with him on Bayou. He's rock solid, and just always seems to always be in a good mood.
And I think it's one of these things, you know, when you're working with your best friend for years on the boat, then there's a core to that team and great support from the Whitcrafts. We've got 6 family members on board this week.
It's great.
But yes, they're having a little battle with the Quantum Racing. Quantum in 3rd just now, Value in 4th.
Yeah, it kind of all comes up to that last jibe.
It does, doesn't it? But Quantum seems to be making a little bit of a gain down that left side. Tor, how's it looking? We're looking at Quantum on the left, having jibed early.
Yeah, we've got Quantum just passing in behind Phoenix at the moment. Phoenix looking just above the ley line here and for the right-hand mark, and Quantum actually just slotting in behind them now.
But I mean, our drone shots are just showing how patchy the breeze is, how spotty it is, and this gentle but significant Atlantic swell rolling in just to make it doubly hard for the trimmers. But Prevets are going quite nicely as well. Still, this is very much their conditions, isn't it? Downwind and this light breeze, Ed.
Yeah, I think they in Platoon have always been really quick downwind, especially the lighter air. You know, it's once again design philosophy, a little bit less wetted surface in these conditions than the Botine boats. So this is a condition they really have to take advantage of.
So Tor, Phoenix going round the left-hand mark, looking upwind with a nice little lead.
Yeah, it looks like most of the teams are getting in the queue for the left-hand mark here. The course has just been moved to 290, so yeah, the breeze has consistently been going left about 10-15 degrees.
Prevets around in 2nd, then Quantum Racing in 3rd. So hard to keep the boats powered up coming round, and you can just see Quantum just getting into a little wave pattern that's slowed them, and so tacking to stay with that pressure that we can see. Value around in 4th. Then Allegra having a pretty solid race all in all.
Yeah, Ado does such a great job. It's
So
kind
again,
of
they've got a nice combination with Nick Asher. You know, they've worked together now for a few years, and it's a very kind of classical strategist and tactician roles, and it's really working for them. They've got a good chemistry. As you say, Ado won just about everything in the past, really. 52s at different stages, some of it with the Quantum.
we won the season with Ado. He's yeah, you know, I'm a little puzzled about the inconsistencies they've had it, but it's just part of it.
Yeah.
You know, I think once they start to tighten things up a little bit more, yeah, they're a great team.
Just looking at Allegra, then Andy Soriano's team. Only team so far to have won 2 races at these Rolex TP52 World Championships, but unfortunately they pair that with I think an 8th and a 9th.
So us in Phoenix going right early, platoon down, going right early.
What do we read into that? This is following the trend of the breeze. Are we thinking there's more pressure on that right side?
I think it's 2. They must believe there's a shift there with pressure. You know, I'm pretty confident the Phoenix afterguard or our afterguard, you know, they're not searching for anything. They've got a pretty solid thought of what's happening right now.
Breeze does seem to be building. We're seeing a little bit more heel. One or two white horses beginning to appear now, Tor. Or is that just wishful thinking?
I think that might just be from the chase boats.
Steady now. But Gladiator completing their attack in 7th place. Lots on just behind Allegra in terms of position. Platoon still have got some work to do, Ed, don't they?
Yeah, they're,
chipping away.
They're chipping away. I think they've, clear air, just trying to get across, consolidate with the pack, the top pack. They always end up in the fracas by the end. It's
usually taking places on the line or close to the line. But for sure, it's starting to look a little bit better, a little bit fresher. Looking at the heel and power on the Allegra.
Yeah, the weather report at least alluded to the fact that the breeze would go right and build during the day. It looks like it's starting to be, compared to Cappy's weather report, probably about 2 hours earlier than we expected, which bodes well for the next race.
It seems to bode quite well for the Quantum, who appear to have made a little bit of a gain on that right side. Whether that's temporary, we'll soon find out. But certainly, just looking at the images, there seemed to be just a little bit more pressure, sailing into pressure closer to the land.
Yeah, they came around the mark, waited till the spinnakers cleared, and tried to be bow out, heading towards the right side. And I think they're getting a bit of a reward for doing that.
We're just starting to see a more traditional Cascais wind direction. And from memory, you do get a little bit of an acceleration inshore as you get upwind. Breeze splits slightly and then lifts over the headland.
Well, yesterday, in our debrief this morning of a tide line that when you got to it, it was magical. But just this side of it was a lot of problem.
On board with Interlodge. Austin Fragaman steering this week. We missed him in Baiona, but he's back on the helm of the Interlodge, enjoying his week, enjoying the challenge. Of course, Interlodge was previously Azura.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough for some of the owners' dinners for the events, and went to the one this time and sat at a table with Gwen and Austin Fragaman. The owners in this class are unbelievable. I mean, it was entertaining, and just listening to some of the things that they've been up to is pretty impressive. And he loves to sail.
He loves to sail. What's nice now is, I think Gwen who's not in the first flush of youth, I think it would be a nice way to put it, but she's started steering the 44-footer they have back in Newport, and she's doing a great job and loving it as much as Austin does, So maybe we'll see her one day on the helm of the TP52.
I wouldn't doubt it.
However, they do have a little bit of work to do. They're in 9th just now, but this race opening up very slightly. So the wind pressure is up, maybe a knot, and as Tor saying, the breeze going to the right. We're at 290. It's interesting. Tor, we're watching Provezza and Quantum. We seem to see a gain to the right to Quantum. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's quite patchy here in the middle of the course. It looks like the boats over there on the right have made a gain.
It's impressive how tight, within 3 meters from the time they rounded the mark, Quantum and Phoenix are. I mean, 2 top boats going pretty much the same speed into the same shift.
Phoenix, now the guests starting to think about keeping a cover on Quantum such as they can. many other boats behind. But Quantum, I'd imagine, are relatively comfortable in terms of the risk management, as Terry is fond of telling us. It's not about winning every race, it's not about winning races, it's just about consistency. And I think a string of second places would keep him and the rest of the Quantum team happy this week.
We would be very, very happy. I always tease that, you know, you can get lucky and win a race, but you have to earn a second.
Exactly. I mean, never a truer word spoken in jest, I think, in this fleet now. And sometimes the winning margins kind of flatter to deceive this season, but it is relatively easy once you're out in front to build that margin, isn't it? Because you can sail the shifts, you don't have to worry particularly about the boats hurting you or sitting in your breeze.
Yeah, Prevesa, you know, up in the left made a pretty significant gain against Quantum.
So very shifty anyway, and gains and losses to made all the way through this race. But a good race going on really between Preveza and Quantum. Vayu keeping it tight on that right side. Going to stay away from Quantum as much as possible. Allegra middle of the course. And a battle going on between Gladiator and Platoon. Sled outright. The Sled, a team that really needed a good result there, though. Defending world champions, won in medium to stronger breezes in Palma back in November.
There's Vayu slowly moving up again. You know.
So we're back on board with Platoon. Platoon just crossing or tacking on the bow of Gladiator. Close with them, only 3 or 4 meters in it according to the tracking. And that's substantiated by how close Platoon are tacking on the Gladiator's bow. Gladiator forced to tack away and respond. So this would be a good result for the Phoenix for sure. They're presently in 3rd or 4th place overall with 17 points. Say 2nd or 3rd would be nice work for Quantum. In the meantime, Platoon lying in 2nd on 13 points. This could be expensive for them were they to cross the finish line in 7th. And a solid result for Vayu. So this is, of course, race 5, reaching the theoretical midpoint of the regatta of this Rolex TP52 World Championship here in Cascais. And Phoenix rallying. 4-4-5-4. This could be their first race win here in Cascais, Ed.
Yeah, I have a feeling it won't be their last.
And sailing historians among you may remember that Cascais was the venue in 2007, I think it was, when a young Tom Slingsby won the Laser World Championship title here. That was when the ISAF Worlds, it was then I think it was the first multi-class Worlds in the one venue. And Cascais hosted them, and Tom won the Laser Worlds there.
Well, I don't ever remember an individual sailor being as hot as Tom is.
Yeah, at the moment.
I mean, it doesn't matter what he touches.
But what's great is he's loving the 52. He's loving sailing with this team. As you said earlier, it's got a particular atmosphere, a particular ambience, a team that's hungry, and I think it's a team that is probably stronger than the sum of its parts, if you like.
No, I agree. It's going to be...
And I think that, you know, some of their momentum goes back to Cape Town, doesn't it? Because they really found their feet there, if you remember.
Yeah,
they had some great racing there, and it was with Hasso. Hasso and that team was leading the regatta. They had a little bit of a technical breakdown, I think maybe 5 races in, and that cost them. They finished second there, but ever since then they've really had a momentum.
Ooh, it's going to be a close one here with Prevessa and Quantum. Prevessa looks strong to me, but...
Yeah, they certainly have the boat going quite nicely in these conditions. So, Tor, we're watching Phoenix going round the windward mark.
Yep, Phoenix managed to extend their lead up the second beat there, and Preveza and Quantum neck and neck just behind them. I've just seen Preveza just tack to Quantum's lured, so it's going to be close down this run.
Certainly, Preveza just holding Quantum very slightly, but quite a slender ley line ahead, really, isn't it? All credit to the Preveza team holding off Quantum, holding them up, going round that top mark. Value not too far behind. So what's our plan down this run, Ed? You're in the hot seat. You are Terry Hutchison. What are you?
Well, I think there's a boat in front of them and a boat behind them that are quicker downwind in this condition.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see Terry's, what he decides to defend. Quick jibe.
Interesting, certainly.
Oh no, just a sec.
Good set, all the nonetheless from the Preveza team. A bit of chop there on the water. That's what we'd have Ed Baird shouting. Which doesn't take a lot sometimes, but...
No. You can tell who's having a frustrating race because they're yelling at the power boats.
Exactly. Great shots, great overhead shot there of the Preveza being chased by Quantum. Ed just saying he kind of feels that the Quantum position would be to defend as much as possible. Just keep it tight.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd hope you could match and then roll them from that position. So, let's see, but a lot of things have to happen and stay in place for that to work.
But there you go, you're looking at Platoon in 6th, Interlodge in 7th. Platoon Armiller Spear building the helm up on the Platoon, going for a straight bearaway set. And sheep trimmer there, Dirk de Ridder, double America's Cup winner. What was it?
Yeah, you got
Jordi Calafat and the runners just now.
Yeah, you've got to have a really strong reason to jibe set in this light of air.
Yeah.
It really limits your options when you're behind.
Talk to us about the positioning of the crew on board just now. They're in this light downwind conditions.
Yeah, but
really keeping the weight centered, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just, the footprint of the boat is just mission critical. 4.5 trim and the height of the heel We've been finding over the years, you push the boat harder and harder. The soak mode is a tough one. In fact, normally you can work low. It's probably not in this light of breeze, but really close to being on the step. That the faster you go, the lower you can sail.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we've learned a lot on sailing the boat downwind this year. So, but crew weight is so critical. So we have Greg in the front, who normally directs everybody forward in the boat of what to do with the crew weight.
Uh-huh. What's Terry's conversation with Doug just now and the trimmers?
This is a G-rated audience. I don't know if I can. No, right now I would say Doug and Federico are sailing the boat.
Right, yeah. Federico being the main, the
spinnaker trimmer.
Spinnaker trimmer.
We've learned a lot on the main trim. The other thing that, most sailors at home would be surprised is how much you rake these masts back going downwind. And a lot of it is controlling the entry of the spinnaker. But I've spent all my young life of sailing trying to drag the mast forward for the runs, and it's just the opposite. I mean, we're probably sailing with 4.5 degrees of aft rake, which you never would have ever done that in the past with different boats.
So that's doing what then on the kite?
Mainly adding luff tension, giving you a little fuller entry, and making sure that your luff is breaking in the way that you want it to break. The gold standard we always laugh about is just above the numbers and down for the break. If the break
you're
is
just
out,
seeing that on the Privezza quite nicely, aren't
exactly. Yep. Same with Quantum. That's just above the numbers, keeping that part of the curl. Now we're going to see if this is who pulls off the best jibe.
And Phoenix elect to go as well at the same time. We're just seeing a little bit of a puff coming down the upper right, looking upwind perhaps. Phoenix sailing quite a nice soak mode.
Yeah. So they have Lorenzo Mazza, trimming kite, who probably the most experienced spinnaker trimmer in the fleet.
It makes all the difference. So Vayu electing to carry on down to the right, coming downwind. Very close with Quantum in terms of distance to the finish line.
Nerve-wrackingly close.
For you.
Yeah.
Allegra a little bit further back. I think they've got these two have got some breathing space. Seems to be quite a bit lighter than we saw on that upwind, doesn't it?
It's really light right now.
And what do we think the current is doing? Do we?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't see any of the current charts before this morning.
But you would kind of think that it looked like maybe Phoenix were pushing a little bit of current there just in that overhead shot. There's your boat speeds, yeah, and Phoenix going nice and quick, 8.2. Privezza much the same kind of speeds. So what would you think we get through the finish line for this race? I don't think Maria would be chasing them off to another race straight off, looking at how the breeze looks at the moment, but it is 25 to 4 local time here. Of course, in Portugal, we're an hour different from the rest of Europe. And I say the rest of Europe advisedly.
I was fooled in Baiona.
Yeah.
I had all my clocks set for a 6-hour time difference from home. And no, they're doing fine.
Yeah, well, there you go. So 8 knots of average wind speed we're hearing from the race committee boat. Preveza appear to have a little bit of momentum there, crossing in front of Quantum. Quantum just a little bit of sloppy chop there, isn't there?
Yeah, consolidating the third right here, thinking, well, we're not going to catch Preveza. We just need to hold on to Value.
Which is easier said than done, I think,
Exactly.
as you say, because Value are the slightly faster boat in these conditions. Meantime, seeing a little bit of a move on the platoon. But yeah, there's the standings, projected standings. Quantum would be on 12, Value on 18, Phoenix on 18, and Platoon also on 18. Allegra 24. So tightening up behind Quantum Racing, but Quantum Racing doing the job that's required of them, just keeping it consistent, keeping it tight. And as Ed said, just defending against the Value, protecting the third, and the win very much looking like it belongs to the Phoenix just now.
Yeah, every point is so precious. You know, when we lost Value down the last run in the second race yesterday, you would have thought the world had come to an end.
Exactly, but then look at the end of last season. It was down to a point, and you can sit and ruminate where that point came and went. But as you say, every single one is precious. That's going quickest downwind, as we said in the early part of our broadcast. These are very much the conditions for the Rolex designs.
Yeah, you get a little bit more up speed, 12, 14 knots. I think it
evens out, doesn't it? Yeah,
pretty quickly.
And you get above 20 knots here, which we've seen. We've done whole regattas. I think 2018, I don't think we had a race with less than 15, 16 knots. And the Rolex designs struggled a little bit, particularly downwind in the waves.
Yeah, I mean, it is pure power sailing on these. Everybody hiking. You hike harder downwind than upwind, pretty much. I mean, it's just, you load these boats up and send them.
So Tor, Phoenix coming through the gate down towards the finish line.
Yep, they've got a really nice lead here. The couple of battles just behind them has meant that they've just managed to get away.
So this would be Phoenix's first win off the regatta. A team which has been disappointed in Baiona and also particularly at the Worlds last year in November in Palma, in contention into the last day, and then their kite blew up in the penultimate race. So they feel they have unfinished business, but at the moment Quantum Racing in the box seat in the overall charge of the championship. But Ed, they've sailed a great race, haven't they? It was all, as you said, about the start line, getting off the start line. Timed it well, and more importantly, they were going quick off the line.
Yeah, exactly. They got exactly what they wanted and were able to execute their plan.
So, there we go, bow number 11, Phoenix, their first race win here. John Slingsby taking over the helm from Tony Norris there, just giving him a few moments of relief as they come through the finish line. Tony there looking upwind to see how the boats behind are doing.
We should check and see how, the tacticians grab the helms out of the helmsman's hands the quickest when they get over the finish.
See who's quickest.
Yeah, it's...
Or who gives it up quickest. I think it cuts both ways.
It's like, I'm waiting for Terry to throw Doug in a headlock to get the helm out of his hand.
Anyway, all credit to the Preveza team. Preveza lying 7th overall, 9-5, 9-7 their scores today. And
that's good to see them get a result.
Good to see them get a result. Not seeing owner Ergen Imrie on board. Certainly not in that picture. And then Quantum doing a great job just holding out, protecting against the Vayu, the boat we would consider to be quicker in these conditions. So a third then for Quantum. Good work from the regatta leaders, 3 times world champions, winners twice. The last times we've been here, 2018 World Championship, 2019 Cascais Regatta. But Phoenix now really taking the battle to them. Good score for the Vayu, I think. We saw that will hold them possibly, potentially in second on countback. Watching Allegra coming through, I think, for 5th. Andy Hemmings there trimming the kite, just easing it off. And as Ed said, helmsman Andy Soriano giving up the helm as soon as he's through the line, saying, "You take it." So it's almost kind of the release of tension immediately, isn't it, as you come through the line? Anyway, Allegra through in 5th. Platoon in 6th. Platoon then unfortunately not able to do that job that we kind of hoped and expected of them.
Yeah.
Sixth at the first windward mark and 6th at the finish line. Tells its own story. Interlodge through in 7th. Close finish here between Gladiator here in the foreground and Sled in the background.
Like Sled got them?
I think it looks like Sled got them, yeah, indeed.
No, that's not what it's showing.
Oh, well, that'll do. So Sled end up with the 9th. So the world champions roller coaster continues 8th, 1st, 8th, 5th, and a 9th. But very difficult conditions, really, Ed, isn't it? It's tough. It's light, streaky. This little swell, this little chop on top.
Yeah, these are the kind of races you've got to just survive.
So let's wait and see what happens. The breeze is quite light. I'm not sure that our principal race officer, Maria Torrijos, will be racing into setting the start line for the next race. But Ed, that was really, so much was determined off the start line. We said Phoenix started well, as indeed did Preveza, and they set out those stalls early. Phoenix, I think, sailed slightly more open off the start line, whereas Preveza put their faith in the early right. Let's look at a quick recap. Ed, you're going to talk me through the recap as we watch the the rerun of race number 5. So it was all off the start line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They got a great start. You know, and it's dangerous. If you're late at all at the pin, you're basically dictated to. And, you know, Phoenix, I think, was bow out, going full speed, set them up to execute their strategy. And, you know, I think Preveza, Quantum, those were the top 3 starters coming off the line.
That's right.
All of them came up, hipped up, worked their way to the right with options not to get pushed into the lay line, and I think that's really what determined the end results in this race.
And then once Phoenix were out in front, they could pretty much sail their own race. They were never under massive pressure from Preveza. Preveza 150 metres or so behind there. Quantum keeping it tight up the second beat. But I don't think there was any doubt that Phoenix would win this race unless something significant happened. Preveza just ahead of Quantum. Vayu threatening Quantum down the final run. But Quantum, the regatta leaders, did a great job just protecting, keeping them under wraps. And a great win then there for bow number 11, the South African team, on the Phoenix. Preveza through in second. Quantum through in third, and Vayu through in fourth. Lucas Calabrese there, clearly feeling the cold. He loves the jacket, doesn't he? Anyway,
does love it.
So we're looking at the standings now. As we said, it's Quantum Racing now leading on 6 points. Vayu and Phoenix tied together on 18 points, and Phoenix ahead in second, really, by virtue of that win, just in terms of countback. So Vayu in third, Platoon 1 point behind in fourth, that's 6th place, their worst score so far this regatta. Allegra then in fifth, Preveza 6th, that's second place, getting them up the leaderboard just a little bit. Sled an 8th, Gladiator 9th, Interlodge 7th. So lots to fight for all the way through the table head, isn't there?
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit of a message sent from Phoenix because up-tempo, big breeze, they're really fast. So, you know, it's not comforting seeing them this quick in the light stuff. So,
but I mean, credit to them. They've had 1 or 2 little ups and downs in general, but they really got off the line very nicely. Good start and managed to lead all the way around. Credit to Preveza. They kind of needed a good score.
They did.
And they got that. Anyway, that's what we have for you for the moment. We will be back as soon as we know what time the next race is starting. Join us very shortly. Watch the social media channels and come back to us very shortly. Welcome back to Cascais then. It's later on the afternoon. We've just had one good solid race, a win for the Phoenix team. But in fact, Quantum Racing moving a couple of points clear at the top of the table with their third place.
It was good to see. From a personal standpoint, they invite you. I'm lucky enough in my position that I can root for both of them. So that was a fun race for me.
But a certain ominous look to the Phoenix team, you would have to say. I mean, they were really on it that race.
Yeah, it scares me that they're going that well in the light stuff, because Big Breeze, they're almost dominant. And so we'll see. We'll just have to be smart. They're going to rise to the top. I don't think they're going anywhere.
I don't think they're going anywhere. Now, listen, we have something occurred to me. We've been with this circuit for many, many years. It occurred to me a couple of days ago that we have 4 Italian navigators, and what are the chances of sitting them all down together at the one time and having a nice little chat with the Italian mafia? Well, we have 9 boats racing here at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. One thing in common across 4 of these boats is these good-looking young men are all Italian and they're all navigators. So first of all, if you don't mind, introduce yourselves as you go round.
Michele Valdi, racing on Quantum.
Bruno Zirilli, racing on Gladiator.
Francesco Mongelli on Alegre.
And
Andrea Visentini sailing on Sled.
So say there's a common theme, you're all Italian. What is it about Italian navigators then in this fleet, Michele?
I don't know. It's I think it happens just by casuality, but in the last 10-15 years, we as friends have been working closely, and I think interacting so close, we raised our game all together. And
Bruno, what's your thoughts?
Yes, I agree. All started not for particular reasons. We find ourselves sailing each other in different boats in a lot of circuits, and then we sail here since many years. And so together, with a beer in the night, we speak about that, and we improve a bit on our techniques. And at the end, here we are.
Francesco, there's no secrets then? No secrets amongst you guys then?
No, I think that has been our strength, to be friends each other, help each other and discuss and try to make us better and grow the level of our group. And that's the result. I think we're doing well, and that's why we're here all together.
Andrea, but I mean, the Italian temperament, you're fiery supposedly, but it doesn't seem to fit with the role as a navigator.
No, we have all different characters, and it's not a typical Italian, as you may know. It's not.
You were just eating ice cream, though.
I was eating ice cream. Well, please, no, per favore. but yes, so we can't be too much temperamental, if I can say it. So we need just to put a reason in what we're doing.
And who's
most of the times.
Just tell us about how the job itself has evolved in recent years.
It has evolved with technology for sure, and as my friend said, it's sharing the data, sharing the information, sharing the knowledge, just brought us up to a better level. So it has been growing with the technology. Probably.
So what we're saying is that you owe the World Championship, you owe the 52 Super Series title to these guys.
No, we're like a family, It's a big family.
And who's the daddy? Who's the grandfather?
No, we can't say the name, so.
Good. Anyway, thanks, guys. That's our Italian mafia in the navigating role. So great fun with these guys. I mean, they're all at the top of the game, all Italian.
Yeah. We've been lucky enough to have Michele and Mr. Mongelli. I mean, they've been such an integral part of our team, and it's fun. I don't know the other 2 very well. I just run into them, we nod.
I mean, Andrea Visentini, he's super smart. Yep. He's a great marathon runner. Did you know that?
No.
Yes, he's super fast, and he trains all the time. And Bruno's really a long-time rival with the Azura. I mean, he's at the top of the game as well.
I've hated him from afar forever. So, that's been good.
We've been trying to ban ponytails for years as well.
Exactly. It should. I don't know. I knew something was wrong.
Exactly. Him And let's have a look at the scoreboard anyway, and just see how things are standing as we go on the water for this second race. Then Quantum on 12 points, 6 points clear. There were 4 points clear going onto the water before that previous race. Phoenix now in second and 18 points. Vayu and 18, Platoon and 19. Allegra on 24 points. Preveza 29 points. Sled 30 points. Gladiator 37. Interlodge on 38. And so say 6 points clear. Then Phoenix and Vayu extremely close together. What are we thinking for the Quantum strategy then? Just keep it tight. Just keep doing the same thing.
Just trying to stay in the top three. I think if we just keep clicking that off, it's tougher. It puts the pressure everybody else has to sail, take risk, take chances, and that normally doesn't work out well for a team consistently in this fleet.
Not easy to maintain momentum from one race to the next in this fleet, is it?
It isn't. Everyone is different. It's a change, and as we talked about earlier, coming off the starting line, it dictates how your afternoon's going to go.
So we're looking at the images just in the pre-start build-up. Looks to be just a little bit more wind pressure, perhaps. Tora, are you hearing us? How's it looking for you?
Yep, we're definitely up a click or two in pressure. I've got 8 to 10 knots, I think, now, and the top mark is at 290, so similar to the second upwind of the first race.
What do you fancy as a strategist, as a tactician? What would be your thoughts off the start line, Tor?
Oh, you throw me in the hot seat there, Andy.
That's your job.
Looks like they're all lining up on the right hand end of the line here. Although Phoenix still towards the left of the pack. So, I don't know. I think I'd still be going early left and late right. I think on this beat.
Indeed, we're at 1.5 minutes, Ed. We're looking at Phoenix lining up roughly in the same spot they were before. We've got Interlodge more towards the pin end of the line. Uncharacteristic for Ed Baird.
Exactly. I would be surprised if the same strategy didn't turn to be the proper strategy that Phoenix and Quantum did last race. Seems like they're pushed a little bit closer to the right-hand side of the course.
But there was that bow in the line, wasn't there, with the boats in the middle not wanting to be too far forward. Perhaps probably a little bit of current running right to left. That may be part of the reason. Didn't want to be pushed onto the line. We're at 45 seconds. Vayu 2 boats down from the right of the group. Now they started more in the middle, so a little bit more faith perhaps in the early right.
Yeah, I think the positioning of the boats relative to the fleet, even though it's pushed towards the right, still I think Tom and Terry are thinking the same thing. So's Jim.
And are side by side. I mean, this is a key start for the two of them side by side. It's who blinks. You really can't afford to give a centimetre away to either boat.
Yeah, you've got a
nice speed build from the Interlodge. They have runway. Great line-up on the start line, waiting to hear if it's completely clear. But a fantastic start once again by the Phoenix. Just slightly bow forward on Quantum. Good start also from Austin Fragaman. Yeah, one boat going back there, Ed.
I can't see who it is.
I think it's Preveza, isn't it?
Yeah.
So disappointing for them. They were good second place for them in the previous race. But they're going to have to work their way back from there now. Their nice line-up between Phoenix and Quantum Racing just to weather. Now, what's the focus in these critical moments, Ed?
Well, normally coming off the line, your goal on your start is to be able to go the direction you want to go for the first 3 minutes. The guys down here on this end of the line are a little bit locked out. They're being dictated, but clean air, their max speed. I think yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Phoenix comes out of this.
Phoenix are sailing for speed just now rather than trying to rise up to Quantum, aren't they?
Yes.
Quantum sailing a slightly higher mode, aren't they?
Yeah, we've really worked hard on a high mode. You know, that was probably one of the weaknesses. I'm not sure we were that much worse than anyone, but, you know, surviving when you're in a position that you could, you know,
just
maybe,
in exactly this situation, isn't it?
Yeah, you could be fourth. You just need to hang on, you know, and, you know, we looked at a lot of the numbers and, you know, how many points it cost us, and we were in situations that said if we can hold on here for a minute, it'll save us 2 points. And so that's, you know, it's interesting to have more of a defensive mindset on a change with the boat, but that was pretty much what we really focused on. So far, we're really happy with, you know, that attribute of the boat now.
So there we see Platoon were bounced off from Quantum's hit.
Yep, here we go.
Quantum having to go now as well, or going now just to keep the cover on Platoon, and
Slingsby's counting down right now.
He is one boat above him though, isn't he?
Yeah. No, I thought he... Yeah, I'll be shocked if they don't roll just one right now.
He's got Gladiator just above him from what I can see, I think.
Oh, I can't see him.
So a little bit pinned. No, it's not Gladiator. It's got a glimpse there, yeah. It's Interlock. Sorry, Phoenix, yeah.
It's always nerve-wracking because starting down at this side on this course, you're deep for a while, and then it slowly comes better for you, hopefully.
But in the meantime, the right is stronger. Allegra Value sled, Gladiator on that right side. Which is pretty much the usual suspects, other than Value from the previous upwind, first upwind.
Yeah. You know, and I think Ed's just trying to get the boat into a nice open lane, let the boat use its speed. Not get too tricky or clever, so, you know, see how Interlodge comes out of this.
That was a great start, though, wasn't it? Everybody was close to the line. Unfortunately, Provezza just pushing a little bit too hard and having to go back, but they didn't have too many options. It's that tight in this fleet.
I'm so bad at it. I mean, everybody always looks over all the time. Yeah, they're all over. But, no, that was, you know, and I was talking to some photographers 2 or 3 years ago, and the reason they love the Super Series are the starting line photos. So it's one of the few fleets where everybody's on the line, you know, perfect lined up, good pictures of bowmen.
But it is the art and the science, isn't it? It's getting a boat of this size on the line, on the gun at max speed.
Yeah, and really breaking down the sea state, because that has everything to do, you know, Terry uses the term momentum. I mean, that's, you know, the real art of it is maintaining either equal or slightly more momentum than the boats around you. So the right side, once again, looks strong for now.
Yeah. And it's difficult. I mean, obviously we have Tony Norris steering the Phoenix as he has been last season and this. And at some point, we know that Hasso's coming back to do a couple of regattas. We understand that Tina will steer in Barcelona. And it becomes a whole different dynamic, one that you have been through many times in the past.
Yeah, it does. And that's the most difficult thing. I mean, they're really competent, really good drivers, but the communication, the expectation of, you know, how quick do they build, how, you know, the different things when you're moting the boat, you know, it's a hard one to adapt the new person in.
And you have to have a pretty thick skin as the owner driver, as Doug DeVos will attest to.
Yeah, he just shakes his head and laughs.
On the dock afterwards.
Yeah, yeah, he's afraid to laugh in front of Terry.
But Value going quite nicely up in that high right. Sled also.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then the numbers start to click. At least it has in the past races. So these guys that have, a little bit left of the pack. Getting to that ley line early is, you don't see it really pay off very often.
So wins at 290.
290?
290 and 10 knots on the start line. So Breeze quite right.
Yeah,
coming out from that right side, it's Value, isn't it?
Value is looking pretty strong coming out of that right side. I think the key there is getting on starboard well before the ley line.
So you can start controlling the other boats.
Well, especially if you can't cross and you get pinged over, you got room. Once you get pushed beyond ley line, it's hard. You're out of options.
But interesting. That right looking reasonably strong, but Value going back.
Pinged out.
Just starting to look like the position of Quantum. And talking about that high mode, sailing it nicely just now.
You're starting to see the numbers for the boats that were on the left side of the course coming down, getting tighter. I think at one point Quantum was 156 meters behind the leaders. Now it's starting to get interesting as the groups come together. Tony may tack on us just out of spite.
He would. But it's kind of classical Cascais now, isn't it? When you see these images, you get this kind of sense of deja vu. But a little bit more breeze would be nice. But you tend to get, when the breeze is stronger, you do tend to get this starboard tack lift closer to the shore. But at the moment, it's Allegra sled, Gladiator, Quantum going across.
Yeah, I'll never admit this to our team, but I find it more interesting what's going on with this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I think most of the boats that started down on the right end of the line came out early, and I think that's really critical to survive from there.
But no need to panic for the Quantum, for sure, in fourth.
Yep.
Plenty of race course left.
And I think in tight quarters, I feel is one of our strengths. But we'll see.
So on board with Platoon then, Victor Mourinho, who we spoke about before. On the runner there, John Cascais, hunched down in the bottom of the cockpit with.
Yeah, Victor's a pro that maybe a lot of people watching this aren't, familiar with, but he's one of the most important people you can ever have on a boat. He does all the work. He's just an incredible sailor.
Very dynamic and full of energy.
Yeah.
And has just won the 6-meter worlds in Shankencho with the Momo team, with Ross Halcrow, Dirk de Ridder and Marcus Weiser.
Yeah.
That, of course, is home waters as they were last month.
Yeah, a bunch of nobodies.
A bunch of nobodies, exactly. But great diversity of different classes that some of our top sailors sail in. But this seems to be where they converge back to, because they love it,
I know enough pro sailors, and that's what they said. They
would do this for nothing. They wouldn't tell you that.
Well, I wouldn't take it that far, but they would. But they love this sailing.
Yeah.
You know, this is about as big a boat as you can get to race where everybody is critical.
Yeah.
You get any bigger than this, some people are just ballast, owner's friends.
Well, that's exactly what Simon Fry was saying to us at the beginning of the week. He'd just finished second in the Dragon Worlds, but he said it's so different to the Dragon, but you're still, what you do on the boat is critical to the performance of the boat, and you have to be doing it at your very top level all the time. And what you do at the top level is impacting on the next guy along doing his job or her job to the very top level.
No.
But interesting, Allegra then looking quite strong for the meantime. Quantum in fourth.
Vayu hanging in strong. I mean, you know, everybody's capable of winning the race. I mean, it's so impressive in this fleet. If somebody get bow out, they're pretty strong. Yeah, this is where it gets really difficult too, where it's a big pack, holding your spot. Are you on the ley line?
Ley line very much determined by the navigator, and on Allegri, of course, is Francesco Mongelli, who we just saw in that little piece with her navigator's mafia. But yeah, he's on the Allegra and seemed to be quite nicely set up. A little bit of a slender ley line, but and back on board with Platoon, who are just to weather and behind Quantum.
Yes, it doesn't look like anybody's on the ley line yet. So this next transition where everybody has to come across, you know, you can clear the offset mark or the limiter mark, but you know, normally from there you can't lay the weather mark. So we'll see how that works. It looks like they're going to this time.
So it's a better shot there, just showing us the windward mark in the foreground, and Allegra, Adosted and Nick Asher, the afterguard with Francesco Mongelli.
Yeah, Francesco called and looks like an epic ley line. That is really nicely done.
Just squeezing up to get round the top mark. So nicely done from the Allegra then, leading. Second round is sled, both teams needing solid, good results. Vayu round in third, lying third overall, but tied on points with Platoon, who are a couple of boats further back. Gladiator, meantime, holding up Quantum Racing at the windward mark.
Ooh, jibe set.
Platoon round in sixth.
Yeah, you have to feel really strong that that's the right way to go to jibe set there with all the other boats behind you blocking your breeze. It's a difficult spot in the front to be able to do that.
Well, let's see how that plays out, but Quantum just chasing Gladiator after this offset mark. Paul Goodison there, the tactician on the Gladiator, and Bruno's really there with the salopettes on as our navigator. Simon Fry, the trimmer there, just sitting down through the spokes of the wheel.
Yeah, they're not lacking talent on Gladiator.
They're not. So Provezza managed to pull a place back after being over the line. Phoenix a little bit deep. How are we thinking about these jibe sets for Allegra then, Tor?
Yeah, well, Allegra, Platoon, Phoenix and Interlodge all opted for the jibe set there, so there must be something out on the right-hand side of the course that they can see. Really, really interesting beat with the boats going out to the right, doing really well. The opposite of what I called.
Yeah, but it's still pretty streaky, Ed, isn't it? And just this little swell, you can just see it rolling under Quantum there.
Yeah, you can see a nice breeze line off to the left looking downwind. You know, that has to be what the guys were looking for when they jibe set. Pressure just rules downwind. You know, you obviously pressure and shift, but pressure, that's really the game.
Just watching Terry and Lucas both watching back up the course. Conferring, deciding whether that breeze line is going to stay solid. They seem fairly happy staying out to the right, Ed.
Well, they know they're making me nervous.
Ah, that'll be why they're doing it then.
Yeah, just terrorize me. Ready to go.
Talk to us about the dynamics through this jibe then.
Well, it's especially in light air, the real key to these jibes is the logarithmic turn. You know, start out slow as you know, at the pace of how they're bringing the sail around, and then accelerate to force the apparent wind on the spinnaker. But you know, in light air for sure, 80% of it is the turn ratio of the boat.
Mm-hmm. Certainly Quantum being prepared to come out to this right side, looking downwind.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and you can't tell what they saw, but it looks like they're going through a pretty light spot right now, but a little better breeze up another 200 meters. Yeah, this is a tricky condition with these boats because you know, you want to keep the boat loaded. Yeah, you know, you just don't want to sail off the planet by sailing too high. But soaking can just be a slow, painful death in this condition.
So what are your benchmarks then in this situation then? You're measuring yourself against the boats round about you, or just sailing the numbers?
Right now they're where they're going to be. I mean, they've made a commitment. Right now is just really focused on moving the boat through the water, getting the best BMG you can. Yeah, that's pretty much the entire speed team, runner, spinnaker, trimmer, people really focused on, you know, the attitude, the heel, the trim of the boat. And Terry and Lucas are just looking for something that might be a better opportunity. Yeah, they were clicking off numbers of the right side looking downwind being strong, but now the left side is coming back, so it's got to be just better pressure to the left right now.
Just kind of a little bit of damage limitation, I think, for Quantum just now. Whereas Platoon and Phoenix a little bit deeper. Phoenix certainly is over that left side, may pull back some gain, but likewise on this right side looking downwind, it could equally work out for Quantum.
Quantum's going to need to definitely sail into a little bit better pressure to be strong on this pack coming back. Boy, it looks light.
Slow, isn't it?
Yeah. It's,
not your typical Cascais.
No.
But anyway, Allegra leading. Allegra had the biggest roller coaster of this regatta so far, really. They've gone 18195 and then potentially 1, and sled 281858, potentially a 1 or 2. But you know, maybe there's a certain being prepared to push the risk more off that start line, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
You know, we were talking about Phoenix and Quantum starting mid-line, trying to get off the line with as much pace as possible, where the other two, the two leaders and Value, flipped off to the right early.
Yeah, they did a great job over there. Didn't get too deep into the ley line. Yeah, I thought they sailed a really nice beat. It seems like the boats to the right looking downwind are starting to make a little bit of a gain on the left-hand side. Sled's really strong.
So there we go, just getting from our race committee boat saying that the new Mark 1, so the next upward mark will be 295, so seen a 5-degree shift to the right still. Close at the front, but the wind speed is pretty light. But it's between Allegra and sled just now. Value not far out of it, then really quite a big gap back to Gladiator.
And strong run for sled so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that holding on, jibing late is going to pan out for Quantum Racing, but we'll see.
But a good race at the front of the fleet between sled and Allegra. Value in that match as well. It's just coming across for position, really.
Yeah, Allegra's in a tough spot right there.
So what do we feel Value are doing here? They're getting across for pressure and
probably
trying to get to the left mark.
Left mark going, looking downwind. It's got to be their strategy at that point to make this move.
They certainly want it, don't they?
Yeah. Because I don't think they're going to be clean in that position. I think, yeah, you got to really want that mark.
Well, we know the breeze has gone 2 to 5 degrees right anyway, so you would kind of want to be on the right side. Fourth or fifth just now for Gladiator. The Platoon have done nicely down that run.
Yeah, they're really quick downwind. I think the boat is just rock solid, and especially in the light stuff.
And it'll be front of foreground there. We have sled, world champions, and 52 Super Series 2021 champions. setting up for the drop. They're going to go to this left-hand mark looking upwind. Got through Allegra were leading at the top mark. Allegra going round the right-hand mark, looking upwind.
Yeah, they must have been in a pressure line because I don't think anybody else off to the right. The left-hand boat's going downwind, looks strong.
So Vayu round in third, then it's head-to-head between Gladiator and Platoon. Platoon have had a good run. They were fifth. Challenging Gladiator, but a little bit of bias in that right-hand mark looking upwind. Phoenix coming in with pace, but I think we're going to have to nice drop from Phoenix on that right mark.
Yeah.
Quantum coming around the left mark.
Be interesting if they hold on or just try to get up to speed and roll right into attack.
Fascinating race, really, all in all. Different to the previous race in terms of the gains and losses. That has been to Sled and Allegra's advantage. They called it right on that first beat.
Yeah. Yeah, Gladiator's putting together
they're
a good race.
This could potentially be their best score so far, but they've still got an upwind and a downwind to go. On board with the British flag boat, they're just going into their tack. Now they are fifth. Quantum just behind them. Tor looks like the breeze has picked up very slightly just now. Could be just the angle we're looking at from our drone shots, but it's a little bit more pressure perhaps.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andy. We might have a knot or two more breeze here. The boats are looking a bit more powered up. Phoenix, I think, just infringed Profezza going around the bottom mark there and had to do a spin. So they're looking to be down in 9th position after that. So not a great position for them, but Quantum seemed to be making the best out of a bad hand out here on the left-hand side of the course.
So costly error for Phoenix then, as Tor said. Infringing Profezza at the leeward gate. Turns have cost them. They're down in 9th, considering they won the previous race. The Cascais roller coaster strikes. And so too Profezza, second in the previous race, now down in 6th or 7th just now. You kind of feel there's still a lot of racing to go in this one, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
It's so close in the middle of the breezes up and down.
Yeah, the left side doesn't seem to be paying yet.
But you feel like it could at any minute, don't you?
Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, it's...
So Phoenix need to do some work after that infringement. Had to do penalty turns at the, or just after the leeward gate.
Yeah, that's a tough penalty there. But it seems like the right side is continuing to pay to that group. That's the other thing in light air. The boats get so spread out, so it's hard to, make a point gain.
Having got themselves into a solid second, Phoenix giving themselves problems and not giving any quarter to Interlodge there. Interlodge bounced back to the left. So at the moment, actually, the points would be tied at the top of the table between Vayu and Quantum, are close to it.
I think right now Terry's telling everybody top 5. That's what
we want. Yeah.
Top 5.
Just a look at the boat speed just now, pretty even through the fleet in these conditions, upwind. Allegra keeping it tight out on that right. Remember, they took the right-hand gate sled, I think led at the gate marks, but sled went round the right-hand mark looking downwind. Allegra went round the left and are on the right, and I think made a small gain. They're 75 metres or so ahead of sled.
I think
Vayu going great.
I think Quantum needs the boats, 2 or 3 of the boats on the right-hand side to get tangled up with each other a little bit. I mean, it's,
it's that close, isn't it?
It is that close. It's
But as you said, there's no, in these conditions, there's no easy gains. There's no big gains in the upwinds or downwinds. It's all meters here and there.
Meters and just finding the pressure. That's just, obviously shift is strong, but pressure just rules the game at this point.
And for Allegra, it's just keeping a cover on sled and Vayu, which are both over on that right side of the course looking upwind.
Yeah, I think Terry's strategy once again is, to minimize whatever point loss to platoon with the feeling that, they'll be there at the end.
Yeah. If they can get Gladiator, then well and good, but
Tony's selling a strong race.
And I think a team, we said in the previous race where certainly Phoenix needed a good result, Provezza needed a good result. Psychologically, that was important to them. And just now, I think a good race would be good for the confidence on the Gladiator. And remember in the early part of the programme, we had Simon Fry just saying, look, we just want to get a couple of good mid-table results. And I think a 4th or 5th would lift the heads on the Gladiator team.
Absolutely.
As you said, there's no shortage of talent on board. It's just putting together 1 or 2 decent races. But, credit to the platoon. 5th at the top mark, first time up. Appear to have Gladiator for the moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as everybody comes into the starboard side here. That Vayu coming across platoon. Yeah.
The other 2 boats are quite far ahead now. But what a good day for the Vayu team then. All in all, not the first time we've said that this season. Hopefully not the last time we'll say it, but if they came ashore with a 4 and a 3, you'd be pretty happy with that in this fleet.
Yeah, their expectations were pretty tempered, but now they're excited. Wow, we can sail with these guys.
But I mean, all the time we have this rising anticipation that we'll get a Regatta on the last day. This northwesterly trade winds blow down the Portuguese coast and into the bay here in Cascais, and that could really put a completely different complexion on the whole regatta.
For sure.
And hopefully we get a finale that would be widely welcomed.
Yeah, when true Cascais conditions kick in, it's the most epic place on the planet to sail.
Completely. I mean, I remember the images from 2018. I think it was kind of really roundabout then that our drone pilots started to be able to fly in 20-something knots, and the images from there were just fantastic. But credit to Platoon up there in 4th just now. And that big win this time yesterday, 6th in the previous race.
Yeah, they're just rock solid strong.
Phoenix fighting back, but I wonder whether we could have a look at the projected points table, which are wonderful French and Swiss geeks who run their geo-racing, their tracking system. We shall request that from them. They'll get their calculators and their abacuses out and work it out for us. But in the meantime, it is Allegra leading 75 metres in hand, in theory, over the sled. Doesn't look like that just now, but Andy Soriano attacking the Allegra. This would be their 3rd win, which is incredible when you consider they're mid-fleet, they're 5th place.
Yeah, it's impressive.
So indeed, let's have a look at the projected points, where positions to stay the same through the finish line as they are just now. Let's see how it looks. I think we'd still be expecting Quantum Racing to be at the top of the points table. Watching Allegra coming past there you go. So it would be Quantum Racing on 18, Value on 21, Platoon on 23, Allegra vaulting up the table, worthy to win this race, to 4th, Phoenix 5th. Now they were 2nd going into this race. Sled 32, Provezza 36, Gladiator 42, and Interlodge 47. So we're watching Allegra coming around this top mark. Tor, are you with us on the top mark?
Yeah, we've just got Allegra coming in here, and Sled not that far behind them. I think there's only a boat length or two in it. And then, yeah, Value coming in behind them. So it's really those boats that were out to the right at the start and doing really nicely here. I think Allegra's done well to stay in front of Sled and hold on to that lead. So let's see what happens down this run.
Value just coming in a super tight ley line there. Just Helmsman Don Whitcraft just sailing the highest mode possible to get round the top mark head. Oh, they're getting there.
It'll be interesting. Ado jibed out early.
Seem to be setting up for a Bearaway hoist now. Bowman on the Allegra, Matteo Aguadro. Platoon coming round the weather mark in 4th. Gladiator in 5th.
I'm pretty sure Matteo hasn't aged a day in like 15 years. It looks exactly like he did.
Did he pay you to say that?
No, but he should.
He's pretty much a professional cyclist who does a bit of sailing on the side.
Yeah, that's what it seems. Like, he's pretty fit.
Oh, God. It's crazy, but You saw whatever the ride he was doing in between regattas. He had ridden from Italy to Switzerland and through this pass and that pass. But anyway, Allegri leading by about just over 10 seconds from Sled. Vayu. So splitting jibes down this run.
Sled jibed out first.
Just looking at Harmuller Spreer there. Big powerful guys on the pumps there. Gerd Harbour-Müller, dark-haired powerhouse on the platoon. Former Olympic bobsleigh
No, I wasn't
athlete.
aware of that.
Sorry?
I said I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I should suspect Quantum is going to focus on Gladiator and see if we can get another point. But, you know, once again, I think, you know, Andy or Tony's done a great job. The boat, a little bit earlier version, pretty quick downwind and this stuff.
Vayu prepared to come out further right on this downwind. Didn't work for Quantum on the previous downwind, but
yeah, I'm surprised they're doing that, but it's hard to bet against Nick.
He's so cool, isn't he?
He really is. And he's always smiling. You know, I mean, it's like, wait, you're a professional sailor. Don't be happy.
And that's a former Quantum kite then, is it? I'm guessing by the branding.
Yeah, we helped him out with some of our older sails. I mean, even in this light air, these boats are doing 10 knots. I mean, it's so impressive.
This is looking like a tough one for the Phoenix team then, that error costing them badly, considering they won the previous race. Behind Interlodge and Provezza.
Yeah, they've made a couple of big comebacks, being over early, you know, as far as Phoenix, and have been able to drive themselves.
In these conditions at the Lure Gate, it's a big difference from being over the start line, isn't it? And there's no fast lane.
No.
But it is, in some respects, it does seem to be the story of this regatta. So hard to piece together. Top drawer consistency. The exceptions really being Quantum and Vayu so far. Platoon pretty decent. And they will be the top three boats coming off the water today, I'm sure.
You know, we've joked about it a little bit. Normally it seems like somebody opens up, has a great couple of days, and then looks like they're going to win the regatta by a mile, and then on the last day there's four boats all to win the event.
But Menorca last year was case in point, wasn't it, when Allegri went off and reeled out, I think, 4 wins and then did 6 and a 10 or something in the last day. 7 and a 10 in the last day. And nothing changed, you know, there wasn't like a big change in the weather conditions. So much of it is in the head, the mentality, the being able to close out a regatta win is a very different thing to just winning races day in, day out, isn't it, in the early part of a regatta?
Yep, for sure. And it's just point management. You know, you start out easily, you know, sailing against the fleet, and then as you get closer to the end of the regatta, it's like, okay, these are the points. These are who we have to focus on. So the strategy changes throughout the 5 days. Yeah, platoon is going well, which they always do.
I mean, they're one of the teams, with the greatest of respect that we kind of wrote off coming here because Cascais has never been good for them in the breeze. And, they're sailing great and they've got every chance.
So recycling, okay, there we go.
So that's the deltas in terms of distance from the leader sled, leading by a couple of meters only from Allegra. So this race is still absolutely in the balance. It could go down to the last jibe. It could go down to the last few meters into the finish line. I'm liking Platoon over on that left side. They've got pace.
Yeah, Allegra's in a really good spot right here.
You can just see the nervous tension with John Kostecki then.
So when are we going to mic up the tacticians?
Yeah, come on. And then you'd hear the real truth about people's nicknames. However.
Yeah, a little bit more white cappy. Looks like definitely a more solid breeze.
But I think Maria's done a pretty decent job today. She's really
absolutely
got a couple of decent races off. You don't want to go too far into the afternoon/evening on board with the platoon. Jordi Calafat there, little live wire at the back of the boat.
He is one of the best sailors in the world. It's amazing how good he is.
Not bad sail designer either.
Yeah, he's pretty rock solid there too.
But Vayu and Platoon switching places. Obviously Vayu offshore. You just see the pressure building down that left side looking downwind.
Yep.
Don't think this race is over yet. And so for sure more pressure on the left looking downwind. The Vayu seem to have quite a nice angle.
Yeah.
They're getting back at Allegra and sled a little bit. Platoon going quick as well. A little bit of a repeat, and Vayu jibing inside Allegra. They might even be able to roll sled.
Sled's going to be in a lot of dirt here. They're going to got to jibe away.
And Platoon are rolling down into them very nicely. In fourth place. Pressure on their hip. And indeed Vayu just hurting Allegra a little bit. Nice angle there. Seeing the wind pressure on the water surface now. A few little white flecks.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty consistent breeze across the course.
Now that seems to hurt sled, doesn't it? Looking at their position down to the left, they seem to have to jibe off into light air.
Yeah, they were in a tough position all the way down with Allegra. And then Vayu, that was not an easy jibe to pull off in that position.
For Vayu.
For Vayu.
Yeah. I mean, credit to them. And they're certainly taking it to Allegra just now. So what are they both trying to do in this situation? What's Allegra trying to protect?
They're just trying to get to the lay line without anybody hitting them, as far as getting their air. So just keep your bow out. They look pretty strong there. And they're in a great spot to jibe when they want to jibe. It'll be interesting if Value jibes first and just see if it can get them into a jibing match. But yeah, here goes Allegra.
Allegra jibing first.
Value is going to be too late to impact.
Get inside, yeah.
Yeah.
So there we go then. Looking at like a third third race win for Allegra. We'll take them up a table just a little bit, and then we've got Sled and Value. I think Value might just get there. Don Whitcraft pulls the bow down, gets through just ahead of Sled. Sled unlucky to miss out there. Very happy team on board.
Yeah, they are. That's great.
Worked hard for that one. Sled getting third. Platoon through for fourth.
Yeah.
On board with Platoon, who have finished. Had to work hard for that, and then they got Gladiator. Gladiator was the main place game that they took. Coming through in fifth then. Tony Langley looking back upwind. I don't think he's very happy that they lost Platoon down that run. But could be close here. Phoenix may be able to recover a couple of places.
Yeah.
Very, very close. Provezza in the foreground. Quantum, I think, just getting there.
I think they got him.
I think probably Quantum getting in ahead of Phoenix and Provezza. That would be my guess. But what a great finish. Yeah, Quantum, same time as Provezza. All three of them. I don't know how you can put them, how you can call them 6th, 7th and 8th when the times are all exactly the same. But I think I would go along with that. But a great finish.
And well, this race was definitely different when the boat set went right early.
Yeah,
stayed
got away
in front and survived. The teams that came up on the left hand hipped up and went across, never got back.
Provezza gets 7th, 8th then for Phoenix, and Interlodge then with that 9th place. But look at that, 3 boats on the same time through the finish line. That's our time on the Geo Racing on the tracking. But I think we're kind of reasonably confident that would be the finish order, Ed, aren't we?
Yeah.
Certainly we want Quantum with a 6th, don't we?
I wanted a 3rd, but we'll take a 6th.
You'll take a 6th, but I mean, credit to the top 3, top 4 boats. They really worked hard for that. Sled unlucky with that, having to jibe away. They just rolled by Value. Value then getting 2nd, Sled 3rd, Platoon getting Gladiator. But a solid result for them. Quantum in the end, their worst score of the regatta so far with that 6th. But let's look at the race, Ed. It was once again a little bit all to do with the start line, but who thought that the right would have played? But look at that start, incredibly close.
Yeah.
Interlodge off this end of the line, and then we saw Allegra getting out to the early left. Allegra round the top mark with the lead, along with Sled. Value round in 3rd. That really was the order all the way round the course in this fairly light breeze. Now there, the jibe set from Allegra at the top mark, and then coming down the run, it was pretty open. Breeze came down the right side, and Sled led round the leeward gate, nothing in it though Allegra went round the right-hand mark. That worked for them going up the second beat, and they led at the top mark going up the second beat. It was Allegra from Sled with Vayu in third. So there we see Allegra going round the top mark. And then Sled with Vayu down this run, then Vayu stay out to the right. And then this is the key move where they come in there, the jibe just on top. And there we see the win for Andy Soriano's team. Vayu second. And a good second there for Vayu, the team from Thailand. And then looks at the standings after 2 races today. Quantum Racing leading by just 2 points now. That's 6th place, costing them significantly. Vayu in second now on 20 points. 3 points up in Platoon. Platoon are on 23, Allegra 25. 8th place for Phoenix, then costing them. They were second going into that race, tied with Vayu, now on 26 points. Sled on 33, Provetsa 36, Gladiator 42, and Interlodge on 47 points. And so, 2-point lead for Quantum Racing. Vayu, a good day for them with a 4th and a 2nd. Ed, your thoughts going into tomorrow then? It's not good for your heart rate, is it?
Well, it's just classic Super Series regattas. Coming into the last day, I mean, we're going to have 4 boats that can all win this regatta. We were hoping to put an end to that string, but we're going to have to battle our way through for a while.
And great, and in some respects, in terms of the sport, good to see that right side coming good and just shaking up the fleet a little bit.
I agree completely. It's good that, the competitiveness of this, everybody here is capable of winning races. The biggest thing is the consistency, just keeping that big number. 6, certainly there'll be some discussions.
Penalty turns for Phoenix, that really cost them, didn't it? They were the team on the up on the impetus, having won the previous race. But really, it's going to be fascinating tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
It's great to have you in the studio. But do join us again tomorrow. We'll be streaming both races live through Friday and Saturday. And who's going to be the Rolex TP52 World Champions come Saturday? Stay with us through Friday and Saturday. Join us tomorrow.